Yeah, the audio for my voice should now be a lot better since you had me like boost it more and more and more each when I was doing the Jedi Fallen Order playthrough.
Man, there was times when the music would kick in and be like, "Ba-da-da-da-da," and you'd be like, "Oh, oh, oh, oh man, oh, and you're like, oh, how the what? How are you supposed to have any more stems? I don't know. And then, you die, and you're like, and you're like, oh man, I thought I hit my stem button, and then it would respawn. And I'm like, I don't even know what he's saying. You have to turn the game volume down, man. That's flipping loud. And I'm like maxing it in my headphones, like barely being able to withstand the strain of the audio just to hear you be like, oh man, that was a cool attack. And I'm like, yeah, God, I don't even know what he's saying.
Well.
Is he speaking in tongues? I don't know.
Is he speaking in tongues?
What's going on?
I was
And then I'll message you, can't hear what you're saying. And when the battle's over, you're like, it wasn't important. And I'm like,
thanks for
whatever.
ruining my eardrums.
Whatever. Blaring the things in my earbuds. My TV's worse if I project it to my through my Apple TV and watch it on the big screen.
Oh, yeah?
It picks up the forefront audio even more, and I hear you even less. Even with average game volume, like you'll hear a bug being like in the background, and then I hear you go, oh yeah, and you're like, what did he say? And then I'll go back to my headphones and rewind it, and you'll be like, oh man, what is that creature over there? And I'm like, oh, I can hear him better with headphones.
I just want to, I just want to know how much you care by making you work harder to hear what I have to say.
Hey, I watched like 25 hours of you streaming that game. I cared.
Was it like 25?
All right, well, let's get back to this game.
Yeah. Sorry. Just,
shut up, buddy.
All right. Okay, so I don't have a map for the resort or the retreat. Actually, we'll call it. So we'll just have to.
Call yourself a GM.
I know. It's busy right now.
All right.
I got overtime at work.
Theater of the mind.
Yes,
engaged.
Theater of the mind for this portion.
It looks like Sandals, Jamaica.
But yeah. So at the last session, we met with the Parator of the Halbigard territory, and by the name of Banis Yorn. We managed to, thanks to the clever use of a destiny point, we managed to keep one of our pursuers once we got to the territory here, the city. I'm trying to remember what I can't remember the name of the city there, but another GM fail. But when we got there, landed, we were pursued by. Actually, there were a couple of good Destiny Point uses in that whole sequence because we were pursued by some assailants on speeder bikes while we were on our way to meet with the Parator. A little firefight took place. Before the firefight even started, again, the first fun Destiny Point use was narratively using the Destiny Point to remove two of our assailants in somewhat of a comedic way. The back two attackers on their bikes were mashed into a wall by a operator error of a garbage hauler. So then we were left with only two attackers after that, and they were taken out by some good shooting on the part of Ator and X, and again another Destiny Point use, which helped was using one of the or having one of the attackers survive the attack or survive the engagement, and be thrown from his bike, but still be well enough to apprehend, get information out of him, find out that he was indeed, sent by the rest of the people that were after us were sent by Parador Geneth Fendrel from the Cartan territory, who we had met previously, and more or less tried to almost blackmail us, kind of strong arm us, essentially. And so took that prisoner to Parador Yorn, who took him into his custody. And though we tried to negotiate, sort of sway Parador Yorn to lend his support to the resistance, because of his political aim, and I don't mean to say that, I don't mean that to sound like corrupt, but his political aim to become Council Primus of the Council of Allied Territories, he just couldn't. He didn't want to risk losing that position, and so what he did, however, provide us with was the name of a potential ally that he believed would be likely to lend his support to the resistance. We haven't made contact with that individual yet. And then when Ator implored him to lend us some kind of help as far as the physical dangers that we've encountered, he then gave us the coordinates to this retreat, which is a fairly secure location meant for political guests. So we came here, landed, and of course the map that's on the screen is not the retreat. But came here and landed, and we're I think that's kind of where we ended. Was we had just landed at the retreat. And so that is where we're going to start, is our ships, the Ardent and the Flare. X was hesitant about continuing to stay with the rest of our heroes because of everything that happened so far. He came into a situation more responding to a distress call, really hoping for basically it to be a job, and now has gotten wrapped up in all of this, sort of course, that he's not sure whether or not he's on the First Order's radar as a target now, and chances are, given the reputation of the First Order that he is, now, after landing on Adamar, he's had a few people try to kill him, and and of course all the political intrigue. So he's concerned about what he's getting wrapped into, but with the sort of promise of some additional sort of safety, a safe place to lay low, and sort of the implorement of Garen, he's tagged along to the retreat. So Ator has been, and correct me if I'm wrong, but she's been trying to more or less remain detached to an extent, but she's remained with the group partly out of concern for her companions thus far, but also out of her sort of curiosity as to, when she's gone to use the Force here, she's encountered a lot of cloudiness, some difficulties that seem to be caused by a prevalence of the dark side here, and so she's really curious about that as well. And I think that was it. Was there anything?
Right now, she's just been attacked, so she's in fear for her life right now.
Okay, so she's her motivation, her primary motivation at this point is just being somewhere sort of safe, and sort of maintaining her safety. So, um, yeah. So, um, having setting the scene, having made our flight, um, across
Oh,
the surface. Hmm.
actually, don't forget the other thing. Uh, when she was seeking, so now she has a new goal.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, we'll get to that. Don't worry. I've got that.
Yeah, but yeah. So I forgot about that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I've believe me, that's very much been it's there. It's just the narrative has got to progress to that point. So just bear with me and be patient. Um, all right. So, um, setting the scene. It is now sunset on the this particular part of the planet Adamar. We've flown over the terrain, and it's actually a fairly beautiful planet. I mean, it's temperate climate. A mix of both trees with sort of leafy foliage and also sort of an evergreen look to it, and kind of a mixture of the two. A lot of grassy plains and some mountain ranges kind of off in the distance, and but overall, a
Does it
very
have Natalie
very nice
Portman there?
no. She's not. She's not in this
Yeah.
particular scenic
One of a
destination.
kind.
Damn, damn, damn.
Yeah. And as our ships come to the retreat, the retreat is has a mixture of sort of a blend of modern architecture with like rustic touches. You can tell that those that built it wanted to express a a sophisticated feel, so that it didn't feel like you were walking into a place where you'd have to like fend for yourself in camp. But they also wanted to incorporate sort of a blending of the nature around, and sort of the peace and serenity that nature can provide. So, you know, some sort of sleek metallic textures to things, combined with wood grain accents, and of course lots of greenery, well maintained. And even the landing pad, again, this being a destination for political guests, very, very clean, very well maintained. And so the ships, make their slow, gentle descent, and touch down on the pads. No alarms, nothing to indicate any sort of danger. So we have a bit more confidence in Parator Yorn's his providence of a safe place to go, and a bit more confidence in the Parator himself. Your character could draw that from the fact that he was good on his word, basically. So the landing gear touches down on the pads, and there's the familiar sort of clunk, and the hiss of the pressure vents, um, and of course the hydraulics sort of gently settling the ship into place. And we'll just start there. Um, was there anything that either of you would want to, say or do right off the bat, just at that point, having just touched down?
Well, I thought we already went to bed.
We're backing up just a tad.
Oh, okay.
So, because I thought some things through from a narrative perspective, and
Gotcha.
there was some,
Retconning.
yeah, a little bit of retconning, not
Or
not
I guess
anything
not
major.
not retconning, just backing up. I got
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's well, it's
ignore the
like,
last part.
yeah, it's a minor retcon, but again, it's filling in a little bit more, basically. So, I want some opportunities for some character interaction, and like I said, something from a narrative perspective. So, um, but yeah, so is there anything that either of you um, would want to do or say um, at the point of just arriving at the retreat? Still, still.
Uh, just to tell Spondas to be careful, because they haven't tried to assassinate him yet.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
she'd tell him that.
He'd smile in his typical way, and have kind of a nonchalant attitude about it. And he would nod and reassure her.
He's
Don't.
shitting himself.
don't yeah,
But that's
uh,
his thing.
that's he's into that. So. um,
I can imagine Blaine doing his. I don't care about that.
yeah,
I'm not worried.
yeah, exactly. He's just kind of gives a shrug and he's like, yeah, no, it'll be all right. He like kind of pats the one of the consoles that he's near and says, I got the ship here to take care of me. Um, and
That's pretty much it. She's ready to go to bed.
Um, are where we have landed? Are we safe? Are we relaxed?
yeah.
Or what?
Yeah, what's the security like?
So as you land, or as we land and we set down, there, you don't see any like guards, present on the landing pad itself. There, but you do see some sort of some tower emplacements sort of around the landing pads or the landing pad. It's a pretty large like landing area basically, and some enclosing walls as well around the outside of it, because it's security from potential wildlife just as much as anything else. So it's a again all in the interest of a welcoming environment. It's there to let the guests know that uh, the you are protected, you are safe here, but also not in a invasive way, to make you feel like, oh my god, there are armed people around us right now, kind of a thing.
But we're in a position to where, as we've landed, we know we're safe and we can comfortably rest and not be afraid of someone shooting up our ship or something.
Yes.
We're at least comfortable.
Right. Yeah. The as we came in, of course, our characters could be apprehensive given the situations that we've been in all the way up to this point. But running, with how apprehensive we would have been, the running scans and things of that nature, we don't see any. We don't have any, and especially more thorough scans. I'm sure we would have run. Nothing indicating anything that we should be, alarmed of. Nothing seeming out of place. And any further information we would have gotten from Paradigorn or anything like that, as far as what we would encounter at the retreat. Everything seems to be in order. So
Okay.
nothing that screams, something doesn't, I got a bad feeling about this. nothing that gives
Okay,
gives any of our characters
so
that indication.
in light of the ending of our last time through, I think X is in a place to where if we landed and, we knew we were okay and maybe we checked in with some people or whatever, but we were ready to go to sleep or, whatever. I think at that moment, I would have radioed over to Garen on the comms and asked to have a private conversation with him and, to meet me either wherever we're sleeping on my ship or wherever I was at.
Okay.
And I think at that point, X would ask Garen to show him forms of meditation and begin to help him open himself back up to the Force, and then would reveal to Garen that he still has his old training lightsaber that doesn't work, but he kept it kind of as a weird, memento kind of thing.
Okay.
And yeah, that's where I would be. That's what I would want to do.
Okay. So, Garen, as he hears the, do you want to do you want to play out the conversation? Kind of go back and forth with dialogue?
Yeah, if you want to, yeah, if that's what you would like to do, yeah,
I
that's
think that'd be cool for just kind of
cool.
doing
Okay.
the narrative aspect. So,
Yeah.
so it would be Garen would actually he would he would want to raise the flare and ask X. Does everything look all right with your ship over there? Did you have a smooth flight?
Copy that. Yeah, everything was good. Thanks, Spondaz, again for me. He really knows what he's doing. My ship's running better than it ever has.
Garen grins at the out of some pride for Spondaz being such a resourceful help to their crew all through everything they've been through, and he says, I'll pass the gratitude along.
It's awesome. Um, hey, Garen, you still on comms?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hey, if you have a few minutes, I would love to have some private conversation with you over on the flare. If you don't mind. I think you'll know what I'm wanting to talk about.
All right, yeah, I'll be right over. Just let me make sure everything's in good order with the Ardent for landing or after our landing, and I'll be right there.
All right, copy that.
Garen would flip off the comms and turn to Ator and kind of uh, express his concern for her and ask, how are you holding up?
She says, I'm just getting tired.
Right, well,
I want to make sure Spondaz is safe, and then I'll go to bed.
all right. Are you
I'm
gonna
worried
be?
because he hasn't been attacked yet.
Yeah, that's true. It's kind of surprising they haven't made him a target. Do you Are you going to stay aboard the Ardent, or are you going to go into the retreat?
Depends on Spondaz.
Spondaz. Well, are you sort of directing this at Spondaz, or are you just sort of saying that just sort of in response to Garen?
Not unless he's right there with us. If he's right
He's
there with us, then sure.
Yeah, he's kind of he's kind of at his typical station at the console, running post landing diagnostics, just kind of keeping everything in good order. So, I mean, with the layout of the ship, it's open cockpit, but you'd still have to kind of holler back to him if you were gonna converse with him from the co-pilot seat. So, um, but yeah. So if it's just in response to Garen would nod. That's understandable. I've got to go meet Exodus on the flare. If you want, I can speak with the attendants here and find out what our accommodations are going to be.
That would be fine.
Garen nods and sort of steps up out of the out of the cockpit of the Ardent and back into the main hold, and Spondaz kind of looks up from the console and smiles at him, and Garen returns the smile and says, "You hanging in there?" And Spondaz just kind of gives a like a yeah, kind of like a wave of his hand, like, doing just fine. And Garen kind of smirks and chuckles, and always appreciative of Spondaz's, upbeat and relaxed, just kind of taking everything in stride, and really, being um, a good addition to the group, and um, kind of being more than much more than just an engineer, but also a sort of a, I'm trying to think of the word, like an encouragement, essentially. And he says,
Cheerleader.
yeah. Oh, Blaine would have loved that. And so, Garen
He says, I told you not to go out there. I told you it was a trap. You listeners.
It was a trap.
um,
Uncle Akbar says that all the time.
Uncle Akbar. So yeah, so Garen says to Spondaz, I'm gonna find out what we're what Parator Yorn has set up for us here, and if it seems secure, which so far it does, I'll let you know where we're gonna be staying. Spondaz just kind of smiles again and gives the thumbs up and says, "Make sure it's a nice room." And Garen chuckles again, and he opens the loading ramp to the Ardent and makes his way down out the front of the craft. As he proceeds out, he sees an attendant moving up the sort of entryway to the landing pad from the facility, with a warm smile on his face, and he's in sort of lighter clothing, sort of silky attire, not very ornate, but professional looking enough, but something you would expect to see at a sort of like a retreat or a day spa, something along those lines. And he steps up to a comfortable distance from Garen and bows forward, saying greetings, and Garen would bow in return and said, "Thank you for having us." And the attendant would say, "Oh, you are most welcome. Parator Yorn assured us that you were, or that you would be very polite guests." And Garen sort of chuckles and says, "Well, we'll do our best to be as well-mannered as we can be." And the attendant smiles warmly. "We have 3 suites set up. We are prepared to open more if necessary. Each of our suites comes with all the finest accommodations. We like to make sure that our guests are well looked after." And Garen bows and says, "Thank you. We are very grateful for the hospitality." And the attendant nods and smiles. If you or when you are ready, we will. When you're ready, we will guide you to your rooms, and if you require any food or refreshment, simply let us know. There are comm terminals in each of the rooms, which you can use to provide entertainment for yourself, or reach those reach our staff if there's anything that you need. And Garen says, "Thank you very much. We are very appreciative of the services that you're providing." tells Garen, I'll be waiting over here. As soon as you're ready, just come see me, and I'll lead you into the facility. And Garen nods and says, "Thank you. We will be with you shortly." And Garen turns and goes back into the yard and kind of comes to the sort of edge of the cockpit, so he's kind of within hearing distance of both Ator and Spondaws, and says, "Well, so far nothing that seems to be alarming. The facility here looks fairly secure, and I'm not getting a sense of anything we should be worried about. The attendant says that they've got suites set up for each of us."
What?
I hear you now.
Sounded like you cut out at the end there.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, that's sorry. No, yeah, that's it.
Sounded like you cut out again.
Oh, really? I don't know why.
Both of you guys sound like you're cutting out to me like crazy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I jumped over to the YouTube feed and it's smooth and clean, and I can hear Gabe even breathing in between words. But on Discord, it's just like Gabe will be like, and he says, "Welcome to our," and and so then he
That's
smiles
weird. I
and
heard all
chuckles,
of
and I'll be like, "Oh God, is it my signal?"
Well, the reason that YouTube is smoother is because it's just a direct open mic feed. Let me double check my voice and settings in Discord, because I'm trying not
that.
to.
Yeah, I heard him up until the end. It just sounded like his mic cut out a little bit short, right before he was finishing his sentence.
Okay, let's see. How's that? Is that
Sounds
any
good
better?
so far.
I mean, as far as I know.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I know I haven't really been talking since I adjusted it. So, what was the last thing you guys heard?
Yeah, that sounded a lot better.
Okay.
I just heard you tell him that you were, that he said you had accommodations for everybody, or tell her, excuse me.
Yeah. So I was telling Spondaws
Both
and
of us, I thought.
yeah, Spondaws and Ator that it looks like they've got suites set up for each of us individually. If you feel comfortable, this looks like a good place to relax, catch our breath.
All right.
Ator is accepting of this.
She just looks over at Spondaws.
Spondaws kind of looks at Garen, considers for a minute. Is there good food here? Garen smirks and says, "Well, it sounded like he implied that they have the best of accommodations, and he said if there was anything we needed, we could call for attendance." Spondaws kind of claps his hands together and kind of rubs them again, and says, "All right, I'm in." And Garen would turn to Ator and kind of look to her, as far as looking for her response, her choice. Are you muted?
Oh, sorry. No, she says I'll stick around, Sponda.
Garen nods and says, "All right. Well, as far as I can tell, looks like we'll be okay here for now. Let's head down and talk to the attendant real quick, and I need to meet with Exodus, but we'll get you guys set up in your suites, and then go from there." And Spondaz nods and rises to his feet and goes to follow Garen. And Garen proceeds um, down the loading ramp. Spondaz following him, and heads down to the where the attendant is waiting at the entrance to the landing area, and the attendant looks up and smiles professionally. Are you ready to be escorted to your suites? Garen tells the attendant, "My companions are. I'll be joining. I'll be joining them shortly. Need to have a conversation with our other friend." And so the attendant would, nod and bow. Very well. I'll have another attendant come here to wait for the two of you when you are ready to go to your suites as well. And Garen would nod and express his gratitude. And Spondaz, wasting no time at all, would ask the attendant, "Now, is there a cafeteria, or can we have food brought directly to our suites?" And the attendant would kind of,
Oh, so we're right next to him now.
yeah. If you followed Garen and Spondaz,
Okay.
yeah, we would have walked off the ship and headed down to the like I said, the entrance area where the
Okay.
attendant's waiting for us.
I wasn't sure if Spondaz was with you.
Yeah, no, that's what I said. He stood up
Sorry.
and followed Garen down, and yeah. So
Okay, then I'm going to try to sense. No, that's not it. That's not it. There it is. I'm going to try to sense the thoughts of the attendants.
okay,
Make sure he's on the up and up.
sure, it's a good idea. Oh
Fuck.
man,
Snake eyes.
straight up 2 dark side points. Um, so
Fail. Oh shit.
sorry, just drag a couple more out of there. So yeah, for whatever reason, perhaps it's just the exhaustion and sort of the strain of everything that's occurred, and sort of finally having a respite. But as you stretch out with the force to discern the thoughts of this attendant, you're just
He's too tired to focus.
yeah, can't quite make the connection to be able to discern what the attendant is thinking. But now you can make a perception check if you want to sort of try and read the attendant from sort of a physical perspective. And you can make that
All
just
right. Since she's failing on that, she's gonna try to.
yeah, I can see that.
You said perception, right? Yeah.
Yep, perception, and make it
I don't know what his discipline or his perception is, or not. Wouldn't be his perception. It would be his deception or something. If it
I'm
was
trying to think.
lying or something.
Let me look, well, yeah, it would be a deception. So make it to make it a two purple.
All right. Right. What's two purple? That's
Two
difficulty.
two difficulty. Sorry.
Got it.
I'm kind of hoping you roll good on this, just because. One success. Okay. All right. So.
Just barely made it.
So as Ator sort of looks over this attendant, and she's sort of like cueing in or zoning in on like really paying attention to the body language of the attendant and things like that. She's not getting anything that would seem like she's getting a form of deception, but it's not something that would be like hiding malicious intent for the group. It's more of a in very subtle ways a discomfort with them. But
Gotcha.
it's veiled by the sort of professionalism of his duties. And I think I've just gender swapped it. I'm sorry, but it's a he.
I almost thought you were gonna say he's not hiding bodies.
Yeah, yeah. No, and I mean you could say it that way. Yeah, what you get from successfully sort of reading this person as far as their again their demeanor and everything else is there's nothing there that would give concern or cause a concern for safety, but you can tell that it's there's not a genuine ease um, when it comes to interacting with you, and not even from again it's more than just like the professional worrying about how they're conducting themselves as far as the job goes. It's also again an actual discomfort, especially when his eyes sort of look to Spondos and Ator, if you get my drift.
Gotcha.
So, um, but that's what you get. So it's a yeah it's an evident, a very subtly evident discomfort. But again, there's no direct like disrespect or anything like that. It's all veiled with the person underneath the person doing their duty.
Well, he ain't dissing me.
Right, right. He's not like sneering at you or being like
Gotcha.
sarcastic in tone or anything like that.
All right.
He is behaving himself well, but you can just read in him that he doesn't like being around you. And even
All
with
right. So then
even
Ator
with
lets Bondas do all the talking, and and she'll just follow him and the attendant to their facility.
okay. So um, Garen uh, sort of nods to Ator as she's following Spondaws along, sort of implying his gratitude that she's watching over him, through the situation. Um, and as he would turn, away, he would have a thought, and of course this is just sort of adding to it, but he would have kind of a he would remember the what is it the the
The
Randercath.
Alamo.
The Alamo. He would remember the Randercath back on Belcaden, and sort of like smirk to himself, thinking, "Well, he, Spondos doesn't necessarily need anybody looking after him," but he would be obviously grateful that that they would be together anyway. Just to look out for each other, because it's always better to have an ally than to stand alone. And then he would turn and make his way toward the flare. Um, and so, um, as the attendant is leading Spondos and Ator, you can tell that he's trying to. We're gonna follow Ator and Spondos through the facility for a little bit. You can tell that the uh, you can tell he's kind of having to sort of force himself to do his spiel to an extent. Like he's like having to push himself past something that's past his discomfort, basically, to give the information. He's talking about the amenities that are available at the facility. We have very we have lovely seating areas with open ceiling. Uh, Trying to think of what you would call it, like my words are failing me, as they always do every GM session, which is a terrible thing for a GM.
Skylights.
Yeah, like sort of skylights, but like literally open ceilings, so that you can see the sky and sort of be connected with nature, and
Feel that rain pouring down on us.
yeah, with natural foliage and seating carved and hewn out of the actual rocks that were here when this facility was built, and we have climate controlled exercise facilities where with all manner of equipment in order to help you maintain your personal fitness. Our chefs are among the finest here on Adamar, with cuisine from many of the varied territories, not just from here in Halbigard. And, sort of going off the list of, there's laundry facilities, which you can either, if you prefer, maintain your own clothing, or you can call for an attendant to take care of that for you, which is what they would prefer, as they look forward to every opportunity possible to serve to serve their guests. And as he says guests, he like almost hesitates for a moment and then continues. Or he hesitates for a moment and says guests, and again doesn't have a dispolite tone, but you can tell like the hesitation. He kind of didn't really like saying guests at that point. But and he continues, and as he's leading you, through these halls again, everything is, nicely lit, and it's a very calming sort of environment. Very smooth textures with the nice, sort of like cream-colored walls, and again, very natural wood grain accents, sort of running along the centers of the walls, as well as the baseboards and all that. And he leads Ator and Spondaz to a door which opens into a large sort of common area, which is looks like a combination of a seating room and a dining room, and sort of all of these things kind of combined, with doors leading off of either side of the room. 4 doors actually. So, and the attendant says, "This will be the common room for your suite. The 4 individual rooms all connect to this area so that you can have your own private space to relax, as well as a place to meet communally and enjoy the serenity of our retreat together." And that's where he would kind of
Ator bows to him gently and says, "Thank you for your hospitality."
the uh, the attendant would sort of subtly force himself to smile and bow in return, and then again sort of force himself to say, "You are most welcome." And he would sort of gesture toward the seating area and say, "The communication console is for the common area is on the center table. If there is anything you need, do not hesitate to ask." And he would, bow once again and turn and see himself out of the room, and do another perception check just for fun. This time, just make it an upgraded easy. Or yeah, I think it's easy, right? 2. So make it a purple and a red, a difficulty and a challenge. This is just for
That's an
funsies.
upgraded normal.
Oh, normal. Okay, there you go. Oh, that's right. Easy is 1, simple is 0. That's right. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. No successes, 2 advantages. Okay. So I'll let you put those 2 advantages in your back pocket for a sort of subtle narrative thing for later if you want.
All right.
Well, no, I'll do.
Actually, how about this? Use the advantage just to have um have if Garen does a perception check on the same guy, he has a boost die.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that.
Or his attendant when they lead him to the thing or whatever.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that'll work. Because that sort of works with the
The same guy, so.
Right, right. Okay, so I will make that note here. Oh, interesting. Hmm. All right. So here we go.
Okay, so that's it for us now, right? Cutting back to you.
Yeah, cutting back to Garen, and yeah, unless you want to do any more interaction between Ator and Spondaws in the suite, yeah, then we can.
Then Ator looks over at
Actually,
Spondaz and says, "Now we're alone." And
Aw.
you hear music. And for the
you
first
got it.
time, they give in to their basest desires,
And
and
then we
Ator
start
finds
rolling the
herself
dice,
one.
playing an RPG.
Yeah,
Ah.
and you're humans on a faraway planet with no powers.
Yep.
Oh, that's funny.
Okay. Actually, yeah. Before we switch over, since we're barely in the place and we're all alone right now, she is going to try to sense again. This time, she's not trying to sense anyone's thoughts or anything. She's trying to sense all living things within a short range,
Okay,
and she's going to also try to increase that range if possible. So,
okay. What is it? Oh, you have to spend a point to increase the range. Okay, yeah. So basically, you need what? At least 2 points?
yeah,
At least two light
one
side
point
points
for short range, 2 points for
for
medium range.
medium range. Okay. Hey,
Sweet.
okay, all right. So as Ator, takes a moment to center herself and stretch out with her feelings into her environment, um, she does sense she senses a few living beings within medium range, and the general sort of sense of them would be a humanoid in nature, but they're um, uh, you wouldn't really sense their emotions. I guess you would get a slight hint of their intent, um, and their
That's a GM call, I guess.
yeah, because yeah, I'm not gonna
It
yeah
doesn't say anything about their emotions. It just says um,
sensing that they're there basically is kind of
including sentient and non-sentient beings.
okay.
So
So
just
yeah,
all living things
so the
within a medium
beings.
range.
Yeah, the beings that you would sense, yeah, the strongest sort of presences you would sort of get would be sentient beings of a humanoid nature, um, and then there are small obviously when you open yourself to the force like that, you also get the sense of you do feel a lot of vibrant flora around you, that's well maintained, and you also sense so some of the smaller organisms, little if you really kind of open yourself up, you would little bugs here and there and things, and but
I was about to say, please don't say midichlorian.
no, 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 no.
Oh.
Those don't. I don't. I ignore those in my Star Wars thing.
Yes, I ignore those in episode 8.
uh,
My Star Wars thing.
but but so as you kind of reach out and you get the sense, you don't feel any malicious intent or movement of the dark side within your range of connecting with living beings around you.
And where are they? Do they or basically she's trying to figure out if there's any. It sounds like anybody's trying to spy on them or attack them in the night.
Okay.
So she's trying to figure out if there's anybody around who may be in a secret passage or something like that. So she's making sure that there's legitimate walls between her and the others around her.
Right. As far as she can sense, um, kind of combining her well, no, I guess the force would also allow you to kind of feel the structure as well, because it moves through all things living and non-living. So, but yes, you don't feel anything that would feel like an entrance other than sort of the main entrance to the common room and the entrances to the individual rooms and the sentient beings that you can sense. You know, they're a good distance away. One is out in the hallway actually, um, kind of slowly moving down the hallway, but the sense that you get is a very sort of dutiful, task-oriented sort of intent. Like, you know, basically you can tell that they're, or your sense of it is that they're focused on a task that they're doing, and not aimed toward you guys at all. And the other one would be in another room that you're not entirely familiar with the layout of the room from what you can sense, but it's you know, again, very very similar mindset. So it's, as far as you can tell, it feels like staff for the facility.
All right.
So yeah, and like I
Yeah. So
said, no.
not. It doesn't seem like anybody's spying on them.
Right, yeah,
Like,
you don't
right
get.
next to the walls around them.
No,
Like,
yeah, no, you don't get you
okay,
don't get
good.
any sort of sense of you know, eyes on you or anything like that, or any specific attention. So
Okay, so she just relays the spawn DOS. I don't sense anyone, right? I should say I don't think anyone's spying on us or watching us. So
Spawn does.
I'm I'm gonna go to my quarters,
Spawn
and she's gonna
does.
go to the bathroom,
All
and
right.
so am
All right. All right.
I. It
So.
helps me stay in character.
All right. So Spawn Dawes and Nator are, you know, comfortably in their suite, and Garen now will, you know, sort of swipe back to the landing pad, and Garen is moving. He's come up to the back hatch of the flare, and he um, uh, kind of pulls up his comm link and uh, beeps uh, beeps X on it, to communications, and he says, "All right, I've got Spondos Nator taken care of. I'm here at your ship."
Come on in.
So X, you know, opens the entry hatch to the flare, Garen steps up through the entry and smiles and nods to X, and says, "You wanted to see me?"
Hello.
I heard you now.
I didn't hear what you said. It broke up.
Oh, man, I don't know why it's breaking up. So Garen would come in and, or, you know, would make his way onto the flare, and as he, you know, sort of meets X in the central part of the ship, he would say, "Hey, it's good to see you, friend. What was it you wanted to see me about?"
Uh, X would say, well, after our discussion, I watching Ator move freely and use the Force for a while now. I have been shut off, and I'm needing. I need help to reconnect and find focus, um, as well as be able to reconnect with the Force in general. To I feel this is what brought us together. I feel like this is where I should be right now, and I just want to have more of my connection back to the Force. Um, I guess I've always wanted it in a way, and that's why I held on to this. And X reveals his lightsaber that's not functioning right now. He never quite took it apart to see what happened. He just let it go like he let the Force mainly go, but held on to it. And then says, "Would you be interested in helping me reconnect?"
Garen would sort of raise his eyebrows at the sight of the training saber, internally surprised that X had held on to it for so long after he walked away from the temple. And he would, as X continued and asked for his help to reconnect with the Force, Garen would smile and nod. I would definitely be happy to help you reconnect with the Force.
Thank you.
Uh, where would you like to begin?
I don't know. Maybe we can meditate, and you can guide me through opening myself up once more.
Garen nods, since that sounds like a great place to start. He kind of looks around the flare, and is this where you feel like you would be most comfortable, or do you think we need to find another spot? Basically, we need to find a place where you can feel as relaxed and secure as possible.
Yeah, I think right now my ship is the only place I'm incredibly familiar with and feel safe and as calm as I could be.
Garen nods. All right, well, I think you, if it hasn't been too long, I think you remember the basics as far as a meditative posture. So Garen would, settle down onto his knees as sort of an example. If for one, he's assuming the meditative posture himself, as well as basically doing it as an example to X, and sort of sit down and place his hands kind of on his hips and sort of nod to X. Did it cut off again?
Yeah, but I'm listening on YouTube, so
Okay. Okay.
in one ear. So, yeah, at that point, X would repeat the same posture, would relax into a position of meditation, and close his eyes and begin to listen to Garen's instructions.
And Garen would continue from that point, saying, "The easiest way to connect to the Force is remembering that it is a part of living. It is as much a part of the physical world as it is the energy that connects us all. The easiest way to start is by focusing on your breathing. Inhale deeply. Feel the air move into your lungs. Exhale slowly. Focus all of your senses on the air moving through you, in and out.
At that moment, X feels himself slipping back into a familiar feeling, like a memory washing over you of comfort. A thought that once was forgotten has returned, and all of a sudden begins to sense things around him that he didn't even know was there in close proximity. He can now feel Garen there as well as know he is there.
And Garen continues. Just as the air moves through you, feel the energy of the Force through your breath, and then extend that feeling. Feel the energy of it moving through the bulkhead, through the deck plating, through me, through you. Stretch out. Let the Force move through you as it already is, and feel that movement. And through it, your connection to the Force and to all things around you.
In that moment, as X begins to open more and more and feel the Force slowly returning, as he can begin to see the familiar feelings inside of his mind swirling around, he gets a weird sense of something in the distance. What it's something here, it's something beneath, it's different, it's not the same as the Force that's around them. It has something for him, and he reaches out to feel it, and it's cold, it's dark, it's something else. This is not something he's used to feeling, yet he feels this could help him.
Garen, as he's entered his own meditation, I'm actually going to do a force power, a sense check to see if I can sense, to see if I specifically sense what the is going on in Exodus's emotional state, and sort of discern it from there. Okay. I should have that, I think.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Okay, yeah. Ah, dang it. I was hoping that would work out.
What was that about?
So Garen is sort of walking Exodus through meditative technique in order to help him reconnect with the Force, to open himself back up to it and
Gotcha.
stop pushing it away.
It's
And
gonna be hard when you can't even do it yourself.
yeah, well, I mean,
Lol.
the thing is that the way Matt was just describing what X is going through, he's opening himself back up to the Force, but then as he's doing so, what he's described. It was a great way that he described it. It was he feels something cold, and it's just sort of subtle at first and sort of feels almost distant, but then it's almost like X is sort of feeling it drawing him more and more, and that it can give him something basically.
That explains the dark side point.
Yeah, and I mean that's the thing. Well, what I was doing, I was rolling to see if I could sense X's emotional state, in the meditation and through the connection of the Force, and sort of draw from there narratively. But unfortunately, I didn't succeed in the check. So.
Actually, it sounds like you did succeed if it was a dark side point.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, I guess I could spin it that way if there's no objection.
Narratively, it makes sense if you're trying to reach out and all you feel is the dark side.
Yeah, that's true. All right, so we'll roll with that then. We'll spin it that way narratively. So as Garen is sort of walking X through the meditation, and he's following his own instruction basically, and working through the meditative process and opening himself up and connecting to the Force, he feels that the familiar discomfort the cold of the dark side, sort of moving in. Always, it's always there. It's always present. And Garen, is aware of it, as any force sensitive is in his own way. And he says, as you connect to the force, as you feel it moving through you, always be wary of the dark side. It is ever present and always seeking to tempt those that would allow it to.
As X hears these instructions, the focus, the strength, the confidence of this underlined new found force that he has yet to ever truly deeply feel, as it begins to speak to him, he doesn't want to push it away, but yet he knows that he shouldn't listen, and begins to try to refocus on the other forms of the force around him. But that other dark side doesn't leave, it just stays quietly nearby. As X begins to focus more on the light side, on the unity, he begins to feel himself open up, which inspires fear. It frightens him. A lot of emotions rush in. He's now feeling things. He's now sensing things. The sensitivity of himself is now exposed, like a raw. And in that moment, he feels the darkness get a little bit stronger.
All right, I'm gonna do another sense check for the emotional state again, as the narrative is sort of flowing. I feel like it's not inappropriate. There we go. All right. So as Garen, let's see, can I do anything with the extra point? Just out of curiosity. No, okay, because I've got it all more in the invested in this sort of structured gameplay side of it. So, but
I guess narratively, you can say you sense more light side than dark side in him.
Well, this is more. Yeah. So that was more just as a success to connect to Exodus, and to feel Exodus's emotional state, essentially. So as Garen, attunes himself more and more to the energy of the force flowing between himself and all things around him, he focuses on Exodus and feeling the vibrations through the force of Exodus's Exodus's feelings, and he feels Exodus's fear, and that fear sort of pervading him and creating an opening for the dark side to move in. And Garen speaks to Exodus, sort of casting his voice in a way as a guiding light. And Garen says, do not let your fear overwhelm you. Focus on the parts of the force that bring you comfort, that bring you strength. The dark side will seek to move through you through your fear if you allow it. Don't allow yourself to be swayed that way. Maintain a connection with the force that empowers you, that makes you feel centered and connected to the beings around you in a way that enhances both you and them.
As X begins to breathe, as he begins to focus, the darkness does not grow. He is able to press beyond it, to feel the light, to find a center and says, I feel again. I feel.
Garen would continue to maintain his meditative state and maintain his connection to Exodus through the Force. And tell Exodus, remember this feeling. And remember the feeling of the dark side seeking to move into you. Learn from this connection and let it be a foundation as you continue to connect the Force further and further.
At that moment, X feels a sense of peace and unity with the things around him. He can feel that Garen is connected to him and reading him, and he says, thank you, my old friend.
Garen would open his eyes and look to X and smile and nod. Of course. Now that we've seen to your connection, I think it would be appropriate to see to the symbol as well, and sort of through that imply the saber that you, the training saber that you had revealed to him.
X reaches into his pack, pulls it out, and sets it on the floor in front of them. Where do we start?
Garen says, well, first thing we're going to need is the appropriate tools. And so Garen would kind of, rattle off a list of a few hand tools, sort of basic things.
Tools I got.
Garen nods and smiles. All right. Well, just as with the meditation, I'm going to instruct you and allow you to learn from the instruction so that you are capable of maintaining your weapon yourself. All right. So, as it's damaged, I think we're gonna end up doing a mechanics check. Now do you have, I remember you looking at a force power tree, but I don't think have you put any points into it? Something like alter or something like that?
It's called manipulate.
Manipulate, that's right.
I'll put it at the top of my list. You can read it.
Okay. Hang on, sorry. I'm petting Pierre. She's up here on my bed being needy. Alright,
Well, adorable little cat.
I know, right? I have my tablet set up here, kind of with my case kind of allows me to prop it up to the side, and she keeps rubbing on the case and knocking the tablet over. Alright, so let's see, manipulate. Okay, cool. So we can do this one of two ways, and it depends on how Exodus wants to proceed. Okay, actually, we'll do it this way. If Exodus would use the Force to work on the saber, then we'll do a manipulate force power check, which will then have an effect on the mechanics check to follow.
Okay. How do I do that?
So you're going to you have a force rating of 1, so you're going to roll 1 force die, and we're going to
Okay.
see how how that plays out and uh, how you using the force can potentially enhance. Um,
Now, what button can I use to lock onto it?
uh,
Just hit
so
R over and
so
over again.
so you can hit Control and click on it,
That's
and
right.
then once you do that, it should be highlighted in yellow,
There we go.
and then just punch R a bunch of times. Ah, man.
Uh,
I saw that. I saw. Oh man, that dice does not like
oh, well, okay, there we
it.
go. No, I'm joking.
Okay, so all right.
Then I
So
will flip a destiny point.
you're gonna flip a destiny point. Okay, that
I'm gonna
works.
flip a destiny point.
All right, so flip a destiny point. Okay, and you're gonna do a mechanics check.
Okay.
Um, and you're gonna add a boost die because Garen is instructing you. Um,
Mechanic.
so and
One boost. What's the difficulty rating?
difficulty is going to be easy. And since you flipped a destiny point, you're gonna upgrade the one. So you're gonna remove one ability and add a proficiency. Okay. Okay.
All right. Here we go.
Proceed with the mechanics check. All right. So as Garen, is overseeing you and walking you through, how to, use the one of the tools to sort of remove the cover plating of the grip and sort of expose the core of the saber and the training emitter held within. And Garen is, kind of looking over it, with you and sort of pointing out uh, minor flaws that have affected the functioning of the training saber, as well as he says, "Oh, look right there. There's the issue. This power conduit is out of place. If we just, and he's kind of walking you through each of the components as you go as well, explaining, this is the, and actually, hang on, I got a diagram, so I can kind of use some of the terminology from the diagram here. Had this since like way back when I went to plan the RP the first time. I think it's still in here. Hang on, unless I ended up deleting it. Thinking, oh, here we go. Got it. All right, so and he's sort of pointing out the the beam emitting and focusing lens at the top of the training emitter, and he explains that it'd be a slightly different configuration if it were if it had an actual kyber crystal core, and he sort of points out the power cell and explains that you can use a few different sources for it, and talking makes note that the polarity always has to go in a specific direction, and points out the power conversion conduit where it sort of channels the energy from the power cells to drive it through the emitter, and just going all of these different components, really giving you sort of an in-depth technical explanation. And then he kind of looks to you and he says, are you getting all this? I don't want to overwhelm you with information."
No, absolutely. I'm with you. This is great.
Garen nods and smiles, and he says, and as he's sort of walking you through all the components as you got it kind of opened up, and he kind of guides you to repair this one of the damaged conduits, and ensuring that the flow of power through the saber is moving the right direction, and everything else. He gives it one last look over, and he asks Exodus, Do you see anything that looks out of place?
Um, X answers, I feel like something's not right.
And Garrett kind of cocks his head to the side. What do you mean?
I don't know. I don't feel connected to this blade anymore.
Garrett considers it for a moment. Oh, well, considering it's a training saber, it doesn't have an actual kyber crystal in it. That might be why you're not feeling a connection. You're never going to feel the same connection with a training emitter.
Well, I guess once I get this one working, we'll have to see if I can get me a real one.
Garen smirks. Probably be a good idea. For now, if you don't see anything mechanically wrong with it, we'll give it a try.
Here we go. X reaches down and screws the last plate back on, picks up the lightsaber, and ignites.
As Exodus triggers the activation switch on the saber, the blade extends with a snap and a hiss, and the familiar hum of a saber with its own sort of vibration sort of reverberates through the room. The light emitted from the blade changes the appearance of the entire space, adding the light blue glow that is reminiscent of, or that is sort of specific trademark to the training saber. And Exodus now holds in his hand a functioning, albeit not fully complete, but a functioning lightsaber once again.
Yay!
Garen smiles brightly at the success of the task and the fact that Exodus, has accomplished something quite noteworthy. And he turns to Exodus and kind of claps him on the shoulder, and he says, "Well done. Remember that a lightsaber is just as much a symbol and a tool as it is a weapon. This saber might not be able to cut through things, but it will leave an impression on those around you, and it is capable enough for the time being."
Heck yeah, dog.
That's a very Star Wars thing to say.
As he looks over and he goes, "Man." No, X looks over at Garen and says, "Thank you. I owe you."
Gary shakes his head. "You don't owe me anything. This is part of my duty as a Jedi, passing on what I've learned, and I'm glad to be of help." He kind of looks toward the hatch of the ship, and he says, "Are you ready to go get some rest?"
Yeah, I think I'm ready.
Garen nods and sort of leads the way out of the hatch of the flare, heading down.
Do they have any food?
Garen chuckles. Spondaws asked the same thing, and I think the answer was yes. And Garen, they head down to the entrance of the retreat from the landing area, and as he had said, the attendant, had actually, having gotten Spondaws and Ator taken care of, he comes to. He had returned to wait for for Garen and Exodus, and as Garen and Exodus move toward him, he kind of do a perception check real quick, Matt, and do an easy one. Clear.
Okay.
All right, give her a roll. Oh yeah, all right. And Garen's gonna do it as well. Let's see, perception, easy. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, Garen wouldn't notice it, but Exodus would, as they're walking up, he would see the attendant look toward them as they, as they came toward him, and would, as subtly as possible, sort of shift his expression from one of sort of impatient annoyance to a pleasant, sort of welcoming demeanor and smile. And he would say, "Are you ready to be to see your suites, or your suite, I should say?" And Garen would nod and smile. Yes, thank you very much. I don't know if X would have a response to what he noticed.
Whatever X noticed, he would lean over to Garen and tell him quietly in his ear.
Garen would smirk and shake his head, and he would sort of make a mental note, basically, of their reception here, and sort of chalk it up to their general attitude toward outsiders, that their hospitality is very much a part of their culture, and not so much about how they actually feel about people from outside of Adamar. So as Garen and Exodus follow the attendant, goes over the same basic list of all the amenities, and the open seating areas with exposure to the natural elements, and flora from the region, being sort of maintained from being local, and sort of working in the as much of the nature around them into the design of the retreat as possible, while still maintaining a clean and well kept environment for their guests' comfort, and talking about the exercise areas, and a few dining areas that are open at all times, in order to serve their guests at any time they were looking for a change of scenery, basically, or in order to enjoy more diversity in the setting. And giving all of this as they're walking toward the suite that Ator and Spondaz were. Now, I'll ask for Ator, given the sort of the what you've heard. Would Ator sort of still be up, or what would Ator be doing? During the time that Garen took to kind of walk.
She'd just be in her own personal room, either meditating or sleeping.
Okay, all right.
She was tired, so she might be just sleeping.
Just sleeping. Okay. All right. Okay, and as Garen and Exodus, as the attendant sort of leads them to the common room, opens the door and sort of explains the layout of the common room, just as he had for Ator and Ator Spondaz, he looks over and kind of has to shield not shield, but he has to sort of disguise a slight look of a subtle look of sort of disgust as he looks over and sees Spondaz sampling, to put it politely, the local cuisine. Taking bites of it here and there, and taking bites of this and that, and very much enjoying the meal. But the um, the Mon Calamari, sort of the physiology. It's for those that are not used to a Mon Calamarian's appearance. It would be sort of different to see it when they ate. So he kind of like has to quickly sort of recollect himself and not let his
You are a racist, sir. You are a racist.
yeah. Yeah. If you hadn't got that impression. And so Spondaz, he looks up at X and Garen with a big smile, as he's like, kind of, yeah, look at this, and then kind of goes back to eating. And the attendant turns to Garen and Exodus and says, "Is there, uh-oh. Did we lose? We lost Matt, and we'll have to wait for a minute in Discord for him to come back. But I think he said he's watching on YouTube as well, so I think he can hear. And if not, I'll double check when he comes back into Discord. But so the attendant turns to Garen and Exodus and says,
"Is he in the common room with you?"
"Who, the attendant?"
Or is he in different? No, Matt.
Yeah, Exodus. Yeah, Exodus and Garen. Exodus followed Garen, so.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so they followed the attendant together. Came to they just walked into the common room and with the attendant, and the attendant finished sort of explaining the layout of the common room and all that kind of stuff in each of their individual rooms, and again notes the comm panel on the center table, and says that they are more than happy to provide anything that their guests need, and turns to Garen and Exodus and asks, "Is there anything else at this time, or will that be all?" And Garen would, and actually I'm gonna have to wait for Matt to get back for I guess for Exodus's response. But Garen would turn to the attendant and say, okay, Matt just sent me a text that he lost connection to Discord, but Garen and he said he'd connect in a minute. Or reconnect. But
all right.
Garen would turn to the attendant and say, "No, I believe I have everything I need at this point." And he would turn to Exodus and sort of give Exodus an opportunity to respond. And I can either, yeah, as soon as he reconnects, yeah. So. So yeah. I guess while we're waiting on Matt to reconnect to Discord, do you have any thoughts or anything at this point, Kaysen? I know you just kind of been...
No, I'm just curious what she's gonna be doing once she gets to whatchamacallit, to the morning. What's gonna happen?
Okay.
Wonder what the GM has in store for us.
GM's always...
Oh, actually, no, actually, you know what? As far as Tatooine, I don't remember. When did she learn about it? I remember she did some research about it. I don't remember when this took place though.
Yeah.
And I don't remember if she told Garen about it.
I don't think she told Garen. I think when she sensed it through the Force, I think she sort of did some research.
Oh wait, no, she did say something at least. Something about Tatooine.
Did she?
I think I think you were saying that it resonated with him because of Luke.
Because of what?
Because of Luke Skywalker.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Garen said something about yeah, I think she asked if he knew anything about Tatooine, right?
Well, I think she said something about. If she told him, let me see. If she told him about Tatooine, this is the problem with not playing every single week. If she told him about Tatooine, then she would have said that's where she needs to go or something like that. That's
Okay. Garen, yeah, and yeah, I think Garen said he would, yeah, because I think I remember remember saying something about how like he remembers that Master Luke had talked about living there when he was younger, and that he didn't really miss that place. um, and then that's kind of all he really knows, aside from just sort of stories, about the place, it being a distant world, or an outer rim world, and not a very safe place. So, oh, hang on, X is asking. No, he asked if Discord was
Neighbor
down.
just gone to hell.
Um,
Whatever. He's in the game, so he can type it out.
all right, I told him to try restarting his phone. So, but yeah, yeah, from so I'm gonna give you a little heads up as both phones. What the hell? That's weird. Yeah, it's not Discord, because you and I are both still in here. We wouldn't be able to still be talking. Okay, he said 1 minute. Thing in mind, again, just and it's coming. It's not a long ways off. So, um, but just continue to be patient as the narrative unfolds. So, um, we're getting to a transition point, basically. So,
Just keep in mind that my character is very single-minded.
right.
So when she gets to when she has a goal there, then she focuses on that. Not
Yeah, I know. I know that Ator is very, she's very eager to get to Tatooine, because of, especially wanting to.
Force is guiding her there.
Right. Yeah, she's wanting to follow the will of the forces, and also that I'm sure there's sort of an intention of the connection of the sister crystals as well. So, all right, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. So might be if he's
Right.
that way, while he's working on getting Discord reconnected, and I need to use the restroom. So I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Let's see. He's still not in Discord. Okay. All right. So, I think you were started to say something about that with. Oh no. Um, no. Did you start to say something about the um about Ator from just as a reminder to me as far as what the character's sort of intentions are, or was there going to be something as far as like the what do you call it what in the world? Oh wow. Okay.
Um. Well, also, if we get a chance, not 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 for the not something about the character, but I mean about the player wise, um, I did want to use a. I did want to flip a Destiny coin to have us hear about Cortosis.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, we'll
That,
have.
that of course that's um only if I get the chance, which would mean we'd have to be near some kind of crowds,
Right.
an open place kind of thing.
Okay. We'll have.
Overhear other people talking basically.
We'll have an opportunity for that as well. Um,
'Cause,
so,
yeah,
yeah, like I said,
that's it. Yeah,
it's
so that's if that opportunity arises, because that's the only way that she would know that Cortosis is on the planet.
right.
Player wise, player and GM wise, we know there's Cortosis on the planet because she passed the negotiation check.
Yeah, yeah. Oh
But
man,
she
that
didn't
is
pass the Force Sense check, so she doesn't know that there's Cortosis on the place.
right, right. Yeah. So, um, yeah, as the
So from a
GM,
GM perspective, you can decide whether or not you want to even let it be revealed that there is Cortosis on the place.
right? Yeah. So yeah, I'll kind of So depending on, of course, how with the narrative as it flows from here, and the just how Ator sort of maneuvers through things. Um, if you want Ator to sort of be keeping an ear out for it and stuff, then you can, or if you want her to
No,
actively
no,
ask or
no.
anything like that. So, um, but we'll
She's curious about the planet still, of as far as the dark side that she was sensing or whatever.
right,
But or the darkness. I wouldn't even say dark side, just darkness.
right, right.
But yeah, even that doesn't translate to. Oh, she's searching for the Cortosis.
Yeah, no, no, I get that. Yeah. Right, and wait, did we? Oh yeah, she asked the. That's right, she did. She asked the holocron about cortosis, and so she's aware of what it is, and she's interested in it. So, what? Just out of just
Yeah, she
again,
knows just about everything about lightsabers
right,
from that holocron.
right, yeah, spending time with it and doing the sort of uh, research, like sort of probing research with it, basically. Um, kind of lines of questioning and such. What was I gonna say? Um, Dang it. Had to do with cortosis. Oh, from a GM perspective, for my sort of knowledge actually I can make a note of this. But what is your intention with Ator as far as the cortosis goes? What's her goal as far as that's concerned?
That enemy that we found that we may have to deal with again
Okay, but I mean,
early on.
is she
Early
wanting?
on, you remember that one?
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah, I remember that encounter. Yeah,
Sense the dark side, and that was seemed like a dangerous threat. So
right. Um,
that's what she was looking to get protection from.
So but she's wanting to. Is she wanting to do like cortosis armor? Is that what her goal
Yes,
like?
yes.
Okay, so that's what I
As
wanted to be.
protection from that, basically, from
Right.
that
Yeah.
threat.
Right. Gotcha.
Like I said, single-minded.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's very yeah. very, goal, almost like tunnel vision kind of, like not completely
Exactly.
tuning everything out, but it's like that's she's driven toward her goals, and it's yeah, which is kind of an interesting, kind of almost a character flaw to an extent, but
Yep.
all right, hang on one sec.
That's my answer.
It's to hang on, let's see. Okay, hang on. Getting. Matt sent me something. Text. I need to find out. Let's go here. Major outage. All right, let me see. Disconnect real quick, Kason, from Discord and see if you can reconnect.
All right.
And I just want to see if it'll let you reconnect to this server, because he's getting a major outage message. So yeah, you're like right back,
You want
right?
me to ex?
See,
You want me to exit out
that's.
completely from Discord?
I mean, I wouldn't think. I mean, we can do that. Yeah, let's exit out completely and then go back in and see what happens. Oh. API error / latency. Oh, wow. Wow, this sucks. All right, let's see. All right. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I can hear you. Okay, cool. That's working. Now we just gotta
All right.
see if we can get Matt in here. Because he's using it on his phone. All right, let's see. Because I've never tried to join live. I've never tried to do this kind of stuff through the phone app before, so I don't know how to walk him through doing that.
I have no idea.
Hang on, Matt. Let me see. Hopefully this doesn't mess with my connection in the phone, but let me see if... Or it doesn't mess with my connection in here. Let's see. Chat. Oh, I don't even see the group. I mean, it shows he's in the group chat in this, but I don't even see the group chat on my phone. That's a direct chat. Friends. No, it's groups. Shoot. I mean, this would be the most direct way to do it, but okay, let's see. Let's see. Actually, let me try typing in here. I know you can. I need to... guess I need to Google this. Almighty Google, reveal to me thy wisdom. Let's see, Steam group chat. Wait, Steam phone app group chat. Steam mobile app group chat. Oh, there's a Steam chat app specifically that you can get on Google Play, I guess, but here we go. Group chat on mobile, Steam, Reddit. Let's see. Let me message him over here. I mean, I could try and have him do it on on his laptop, but that wouldn't, like, I'd worry about the extra system resources considering how that laptop is anyway. This is an old laptop of mine, so. It says this is from like a 11 month. Oh, what was that?
I heard something.
Yeah, me too. Oh, there you go.
There he is. He's here.
Yeah. All right, so we can see you in the. Wow, you figured it out before I did. Nice
All right.
job. But I'm not hearing you though, Matt. So I don't
That's
know.
some lag.
Oh, all right. Heard something. Like a weird feedback. Oh,
I heard
Hello.
something there. That wasn't human.
Hello.
there we go.
Hey,
All right.
there it is.
How'd you end up doing that?
I'm on my PC. I don't know.
Oh, you went through
Plugged
the
it in and
laptop.
it wasn't working. Yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't working. And so I clicked into the screen and was seeing if I had a mic muted or something was muted or. But anyway, it doesn't matter. It worked. So cool.
All right. Well, you got something to use at least. Yeah,
Yep.
it sucks that Discord went down, but at least we got a workaround for it. So.
How do I go back to tabletop?
You should be able
Shift
to
tab.
Alt tab.
It says Shift tab also closes overlay.
Oh,
Alt
you're in the
tab.
You're in the overlay. Yeah, Shift tab to close the overlay.
There we go. Okay. Hey, I'm back.
All
We're
right.
back.
Cool.
Sorry, that was weird. I guess it's a weird Discord thing.
Yeah, it is.
Welcome back.
Because as soon as as soon as
Yeah.
Kason and I exited Discord, we tried to like reopen Discord, and it came back saying something about an
It,
API error or something.
yeah, it won't load on either one of my phones. I checked all my internet connections. I did everything, and it won't do nothing.
That's wild.
On one phone, it tells me I don't have anything, and on another phone, it tells me trying to connect, but then never connect.
Yeah, yeah. So,
Oh well, we're good now.
yep. All right. So,
I still
basically,
got an hour and a half to play.
yeah, yeah, that's good. Um, so the what do you call it?
What did I miss?
You didn't miss anything actually, because when you had the disconnection issue, we were talking about other stuff, and so where it kind of paused was that the attendant was basically asking if there was anything else we needed. Garen said he was fine for the time being, and kind of turned to X to see, just kind of see if X would say anything as far as if there was anything he wanted to ask of the attendant or anything he needed from him, and that was it.
Nope, I'm all good.
Okay, so the attendant, would bow courteously and say, if there is anything you need, feel free to use the comm terminal on the center table. And he would kind of turn, and as he's leaving, if you were paying attention, you could kind of see him, a sort of relief in his body language at just being able to kind of get out of the room from
Freaking aliens.
basically. So Garen would kind of walk in and like take a seat on one of the sofas there, and kind of relax for a moment, and kind of collect his thoughts, think through everything that had happened thus far, and just try to go over the details in his mind as far as everything that has happened up to this point, and just kind of make sure he's in the he's maintaining a proper sort of awareness and mental log of everything, so that he can respond and lead as best he can. I wasn't what about Exodus from this point? So again, the attendants just left.
After we went into the room, I would have probably found something to eat and then told you I was probably going to go to my room and meditate for a little bit and then probably rest.
Okay. All right. So, are you gonna like go over to like?
He's gonna meditate Ace Ventura style.
Aw. I was practicing my mantra. The what do you call it?
Mom.
Would you go over to Spondaz's like spread of food, or would you like check the sort of kitchen
Oh,
area?
heck yeah. I would ask, hey, Spondaz, is this for everybody or is this for you, buddy?
And Spondaz would kind of look at the food, look at Exodus, look at the food, and you could see him sort of mentally wrestle for a minute as to whether or not he really wanted to share, because he ordered all of this because it was what he wanted. But then he would kind of, sort of like, yeah, and kind of like sort of motion his hand to Exodus, and sort of motion to the food, and kind of nod and smile while he's still sort of chewing and everything.
Thanks, man.
And he would kind of, yeah, sure, and just kind of continue to stay focused on food, as X would kind of reach out to take things to eat, sort of make a plate for himself. Spawn does it, kind of watch his hand as he's taking things, just kind of like, you can tell he's more trying to be polite than he really wants to share. But then he just kind of continued to eat, and then so Garen would also. He wouldn't even really ask Spondaz after seeing Spondaz sort of share with X, and he'd go over and start. He'd grab a few things, and as he noticed sort of Spondaz's demeanor, as now two people are taking from his food, Garen would basically take just what he needed, really, and kind of have a quiet meal, and yeah, he would, you nod to Exodus when Exodus told him he was going to retire for the evening, and he said that sounds like a good idea. I think I'll do the same. And Spawn does, would kind of as X and Garen sort of go to their own rooms. Spawn does, he's still sitting there chowing down, and then he kind of looks up and sees that everybody's gone to bed. Like he's been so tuned into enjoying the food after, sort of eating like, typical like travel food like rations and things like that aboard the Ardent through everything. He's kind of like so tuned into it that he kind of tuned out everything going on around him. And he kind of shrug, sort of finish eating, sort of wipe his mouth, and then head to bed himself. And so have a good night's rest in the retreat. Over the night. I don't know how each of your characters necessarily sleeps. As far as if they can achieve restful sleep, or if they toss and turn, or whatever the case may be.
My character stands up straight with his eyes open, screaming.
Like a weirdest case of
And people will run in and be like, "Are you okay?" And he's like, "What? You woke me up?"
The weirdest case of night terrors ever. I don't think any of us have strains.
Let me go back to rest, and as soon as you shut the door, I go back to
So, as eventful or uneventful as it would be for
Like
your
a kid on
individual-
Robin Hood Men in Tights.
Yeah. It's just how he runs. The side note, just conversation-wise, Blaine and I have been watching a series on Netflix called "The Movies That Made Us," and we watched the episode on Home
I've seen
Alone,
some of that.
and that whole thing with Macaulay Culkin, like he was supposed to just like clap his face and then just like scream, so it was still gonna be the same, but he actually like held his hands on his face and kind of kept them there when he did it, and that was sort of like an unintentional improv thing, but that sort of made that sort of iconic moment, that sort of pervaded pop culture. It was just sort of Macaulay just like what do you call it? Sort of thoughtlessly, just kind of holding his hands there, And so, of course, you talking about that in Men in Tights just made me think, how much that moment was just parodied in everything. It's kind of fun.
All right. So is it morning now?
Yeah. So now, we had as uneventful a night as you could expect. A good night's rest, especially after everything that has occurred. We all sort of are waking up at our sort of natural times fairly early in the morning, because we're all used to being active in our own ways. Garen, he has his alarm set on his sort of data pad, and gets up at a set time fairly early. A little after what would be daybreak on most planets. And works through his sort of morning routine. He takes a moment to collect himself mentally. He goes through a first or early morning, like first meditation session of the day, maintaining his as much of the discipline from his Jedi training as he's able to, with everything that happens, and does some light exercise and things that just to kind of meet the morning. So that's kind of what Garen would be going through. His routine would be that whole thing would probably take half an hour basically in the morning. So you guys have anything that your characters would be doing during that time, or any amount of time for that matter? Anything that you guys go through?
Should you just be meditating?
So that's Ator just
Sleeping and meditating, that's what she'd be doing.
okay. Yeah, it's kind of Ator's default. Just anytime she's got downtime to herself, she's just always making that connection to the Force, basically. Uh, what about Exodus?
Normal routines. Wake up now that he's connected to the Force. Spend a short time meditating while in the shower, and then gets gets dressed and orders breakfast. Goes into the common room to see anybody wants to add anything to the order if anybody's in there,
So,
and so that they could all eat breakfast.
so Garen, he would come out of his room after his morning routine, and I think the timing would line up right. That Exodus would be out and starting to order breakfast, and
Ugh.
Garen would kind of add his his selection to it as well. Um, I don't know. Would Ator be would she hear things going on out in the common room and sort of come to join us, or would she maintain keep to herself basically? Garen would also just as
She'd just be meditating. She doesn't eat much.
so as he would typically do for part of his sort of leadership aspect is he would his care of the people sort of under his leadership, he would make sure to order extra food so that it was there for Ator and Spondons just to make sure that they
Hey,
maintain health.
let's get some extra cuts of Zabrak and bacon for
Yeah.
Sponda.
Yeah. So, and
AFK real quick.
okay.
Continue.
All right. So, Garen, would make that, and Spondaz would kind of meander out shortly after the order was put in for the food, and kind of, you know, still kind of be waking up, but he'd be in good spirits, and he wouldn't be like completely sleepy, but he'd be, kind of, just kind of getting in gear for the morning, basically, and he'd look to Garen and ask if they had ordered breakfast yet, and Garen would chuckle and nod, and yeah, we've got it, and we made sure to get a good amount so that a good amount of and kind of rattle off some of the things that they ordered for food, and Spondas would smile at that news for sure. Um, uh, and is there so if
Then after a while, Ator would come out there and geez, that's a lot of lag.
are you still hearing stuff from me? Jeez.
I can hear myself. Yeah, I can hear myself coming out of your mic like a while after that.
Oh, that's weird.
While after I say it. Anyway, so after a while, Ator would come out and join the others and basically just eat a little bit, and then after she does her morning exercises and stuff, meditation.
I'm double checking Discord real quick here. Nope. Discord is still down.
I just restarted Discord.
Yeah, that's what I just did too, and it's still It's still not working right.
Yep, still down.
I'm back.
Welcome back. All right. Oh man.
I just talked about food. I had to get me something to eat. I was hungry.
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing that here in a little bit when we're done with the session. All right. Give me a second here. Okay, so as once the food is brought and everybody sort of set down eating um, partaking of as much food as they see fit for their characters, the personal diets or for their personal diets as far as the dietary health that they maintain. The
And as Ator looks at the food, she'd also be like kind of hesitant about it and wondering if it's been poisoned.
Well, as the others are partaking, because Garen would, he
She's
wouldn't.
very paranoid right now.
That's understandable. Garen hasn't had a sense to be that concerned or cautious, so he's he started eating normally, especially having eaten some of the food from the night before, and as Ator observed, she wouldn't see any ill effects of the food on them as they
X would bring it
progressed.
up. So who are we here to talk to?
Yeah.
Garen said, "Well, Garen would say, the name that Parator Yorn mentioned was Kalek Telden, but he didn't really tell us anything beyond that. He just said that that's someone that we could look to for help, and I guess we're gonna have to do some investigation of our own." And as the conversation sort of starts,
Well, all right then.
there is a chime at the door for the common room, and Garen kind of sort of furrows it kind of has a curious look on his face and kind of looks toward the door. And is there any sort of how would you each of your characters sort of react to that, just out of curiosity?
Um,
I'll probably grab my lightsaber.
what kind of knock was it?
It
Like a
was
pounding or just a normal knock?
No, it's a chime. It's the chime that's almost it's like the doorbell basically of the suite. So it's just a
Oh,
little. It's like it's what anybody would typically use to sort
well,
of.
she'd be paranoid, so she'd probably try to sense who's out there.
Okay. Feel free to do your force power check to sense. So and it's short range, so you're just man. This is having
She
to
can't
use.
sense shit.
This planet ain't working for you.
I am gonna say it this way, that
Nope.
eventually I'm going to tweak how some of this stuff works, because some of that, like right now I'm okay with it because we're still, all of our characters are really sort of working out their connection to the Force and sort of growing in the Force. But eventually stuff like that is getting kind of really frustrating, where you have to do a check like that, and it's like something that should be fairly easy for a disciplined and experienced Force sensitive, shouldn't be deterred by a dice roll. You know what I mean? Like I'm getting a little annoyed by that. Like I'm gonna as things progress,
Well, it
and
has to do with the dark side of the force kind of, blocking our path in a way.
yeah, I mean, I can see that, but again, like to me,
My only
there's
frustration with the dice roll is that there's more dark side points. I mean, there's more sides that have dark side points
right,
on it than there are light side points.
right, and that
But
that
there are more double light side points too. So
right. Well, the thing that frustrates me about that is that doesn't feel right from a gameplay perspective, because in the movies and I know you would kind of talk about this as destiny points being flipped to an extent, but in the movies it doesn't feel like it's that difficult for a character to use the force for things like I'm talking about, like with this right here. Like, and I get that the double points are nice from the aspect of when you get that
yeah,
big
yeah,
success you can invest more
true.
points in doing things, but that's doesn't feel right overall. You know what I mean? I feel like it would be more that they would be successful in just achieving sort of a using the force, and then having those extra points would be to increase the magnitude of it. You know what I mean? Like to actually achieve even more. It would be like, you know,
Yeah. Well, I mean, on the GM side, you can always make it like, okay, so alter the ability a little bit. So, okay, you can sense these people. You can't really sense their intention.
yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Is like eventually,
There's some shrouding or something like that.
yeah,
You can always do that, but
yeah, eventually with things like that, things that aren't going to have like major implications narratively, I don't think it would be unreasonable, to just kind of bypass the check for, just being able to sense something, if you're an experienced enough force sensitive, being able to open yourself up to the force and feel, the presence of a being at short range seems kind of,
I mean, my argument would be like if you're looking at his force ability tree and you look at his force power, what is it? Is it since right here? You can see that he's reached the end of his force tree on one whole side and is almost halfway through. On that, there would be no beginning phase of sensing. He'd be well through a immediate level of it to where the ability to sense life forms would be easy. Maybe not their intents or certain things like offhand, but he'd be able to at a moment start having more awareness of what's around her and what she could feel and
right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it just,
yeah. I mean, eventually you might want to like check the forums and see how other GMs handle that kind of stuff
yeah, because
for scenarios like that.
like I said, it just
See if they change it up like that.
it feels kind of goofy. And I mean, I guess it's I don't know, to an extent I can understand where it's almost like I'm thinking about like episode 2 where Anakin and Obi-Wan are talking about, sort of the security of Amidala's apartment, and then like all of a sudden the Kohuns are already in the room kind of almost to her basically, and then suddenly they sense it, you know what I mean? And I get that to an extent it takes sort of, devoting some attention to that connection to the force, but at the same time, like just having it blocked by a check like that seems a little bit frustrating. Um, so yeah, we'll tweak it as we go. But at any
I mean,
rate,
that's why we can accumulate more force points.
yeah. But at the same time, you've already got. I mean, look at that. You just did a force check. You've already got a rank of 2. Most people say that you wouldn't want to go beyond 3, so you're like 2/3 of the way through kind of what you would really, almost do maximum, and yet something as simple as sensing something outside the door gets blocked by a dice check. Like, you know what I mean? It's just kind of an annoyance, I guess.
well, yeah, those minor things like that to me are frustrating. I can see what you mean by them.
Uh-oh.
Yep. He's,
I wonder if
oh,
I bet his power blinked, or I bet his power went out again. Man, we're just
no,
having all kinds of
he'll be back.
issues today.
I mean, I totally agree with you.
Yeah, it's just
I know.
I guess you're always gonna
I
run
mean, who would
into.
have figured Discord would go down?
Right, right. I guess like I get that like it's no system is perfect, but I think also what I'm expressing would kind of be in line with the game creators where they've designed this whole game to be focused narratively. So I feel like in some areas it would make more sense from a narrative standpoint than it would or to sort of you know tweak things that way than it would be to you know.
I mean, I agree with you. You know that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know.
It's a very small, minor change to something that I feel like, if you're only got the first couple little parts of the power unlocked, then you're relying on a dice roll because it's taking your full focus and energy. But I mean, he's got well over 50% of the abilities unlocked in sense, and at that point, you don't have to like deep root meditate, use all of power and ability to focus. Is someone on the other side of that door?
Right, right. Yeah. All right. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I think I'll do that just from this aspect too, just thinking about it more. Okay, I just got a text uh from my aunt. Kaysen's phone is dead, so he couldn't text me, but she just texted and said that they lost power again, and Kaysen's, and then told me his phone's dead. So
That's
yeah,
or is their power out completely,
yeah, yeah.
or does it come back?
Well, they lost it for a little bit earlier. Like they lost it for I think 10, 15 minutes this morning.
Hmm.
Um,
Is that normal in his area?
no, actually, I don't think it happens that often. Yeah, yeah. He lost it. They lost it for. Let's see. It was like 5 minutes this morning, and it was back on. But I wonder if something's happening because of the weather. Because we had some kind of unexpected weather roll through. It wasn't supposed to rain yesterday, and it rained. And then it was kind of windy and stuff too. So maybe a tree got knocked down or
Oh, you
something.
had a little wind. I'm sorry. Did it turn into a tornado? Then you're fine.
Don't give me your southern weather disdain. I feel like such a Californian too, because it's like hasn't dropped below the like 40s or anything lately, but it's felt so cold. And I guess it's just the body sort of adjusting to the new climate or whatever. But it's like I think about like I used to live in friggin' Washington, where it would drop into the friggin' 20s and 30s on a regular basis. But but it never really felt that bad. But here it's just like it drops in the 40s, and I'm like, I am freezing.
Why is it so flippin' cold? The other day, I went to my car and it was 27,
Phew, man.
and I was like, "I'm cold, man."
Well,
I
I don't
mean,
know.
the warehouse has been getting a lot colder lately. So
Uh,
I have 3 weeks back. I finally switched to jeans again.
oh yeah, yeah. That time of year. What was I gonna say? Oh, so last night I went out to Disney after work. And
Hey,
yeah, no, I love having a bus that can go out there. It's for like 350. It's like $7 round trip, and and then it's a little more than that if you consider
that's
like
awesome.
the monthly bus pass, and then like the cost of a lift back home once I get back here. But anyways, it's not too bad overall, and just being able to go out there, and then of course having the annual pass, just being able to go out there in the evening, and just not a big deal. But I went out there last night specifically, and I don't have to worry about it because the friend I'm talking about doesn't watch my YouTube, as far as I know. So, my friends down here, the ones that I get together with all the time, we're doing a Secret Santa thing, and I ended up with Cheyenne's name. Um, so
Ah,
super excited about that. I was like, I know exactly what to get her, because the last couple times we've gone to Disney, the little Star Wars, shop that's after Star Tours. There's a shirt that she's looked at, every time, and she loves Boba Fett. She has like a Boba Fett steering wheel cover and stuff. And so but there's a shirt that's kind of a green sort of tie dye almost, but not in a tie dye pattern. You know what I mean? Sort of like just green, sort of. I don't know how to describe it. Sort of smudgy, I guess. But
okay.
and then it's got just a simple graphic of Boba's helmet in the center, and then around it says "Fett Up," and she's eyed that shirt every time I get in there. So as soon as I found out, I knew or as soon as I found out she was gonna be I was gonna be her Secret Santa. I was like, all right, I know exactly. I gotta go get that shirt from Disney. So I went there last night, and I rode Star Tours, because it's like gotta get a couple of rides in when I'm there at least. And got
Yeah.
off the ride, went through the shop, and as I look in the place where it normally is, I panic because it wasn't where it was hanging before. It's like, oh no, no. And look through the shop, and I went back and forth through the shop like 2 or 3 times. Finally, I decided to look a little closer at like some of the walls and stuff. And back on the wall next to the register, next to the counter rather, I see them hanging up there, and they only had small and medium left. So I guess they were like, this is one of their merchandise they were starting to phase out. So I managed to get there and do it at the right time. And so, yep, that's the one. That's it. Shop Disney. Yeah, see. Yeah, that's the one. But and so oh yeah, same price and everything. Cool. But yeah, and so as happy I managed to snag it, and so now I got my Secret Santa gift for her taken care of. And then I had to ride the Falcon because just had to, and got dinner while I was there at a place in Adventureland called the Bengal Barbecue, and had their rice plate, which was pretty good. It's basically you get like a scoop of white rice and some kind of, they call it's a certain kind of slaw, but the slaw's got obviously the cabbage like a slaw, but it's got some beans, and I think it's like white beans or something like that, and some cilantro in it too. So that was pretty good. But you get that, a scoop of white rice, and then you get to choose 2 skewers. So and their Bengal beef skewers they're great, man. The beef is like good sized chunks of beef, but they're they're cooked well to the point of like they're cooked really well, so that they're cooked well so that the what do you call it? The beef is not too tough. It's not like perfectly tender, but it's tender enough and everything. And anyways, when I went there, I did the mobile order. That's something that I love. If you guys end up doing a Disney trip, like even in Florida, they should have the same thing. Take advantage of the Disneyland app and do mobile orders. Because if you do the mobile orders where you can, then you don't have to wait in line to make your order. You just choose what food you want to order, place your order through the app, and then it'll tell you. You can say it'll ask you when you want them to start preparing it, and you can just say, well, I'm here. Start preparing it now, and then it'll tell you where it's at, and it'll tell you like as far as like they're preparing or whatever. And then when it's ready, it'll say that it's ready. Then you could just
That's cool.
you can go straight up. They have a special section of the counter for mobile orders. So you just, when it's ready, you just go up to the counter and show them your mobile order, and then they'll bring you your food right there. So but anyways, the mobile order, I guess I didn't know about this, but because I'm an annual pass holder, I did a mobile order at Bengal Barbecue, and I got a little button. It's got out here. I'll send you a picture real quick. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, see, that's it. The that's cool. You can find little pictures of the food and stuff there. All right. Do 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 do. Nope. Okay. Let me respond to Plunkin real quick. Yep, you found it. That's funny.
Google.
It's the power of Google.
Our it's cute. That's pretty awesome. You been watching Mandalorian again? Did you watch episode 5?
Yeah, we watched that. Blaine and I watched that this morning. And we usually, unless I'm home Friday evenings, we usually end up watching it like first thing Saturday morning. So.
I watched it late last night. I went to dinner with my pastors, and there's a nice restaurant at a golf course. It's a little country club, and every now and again they'll take us out there, and they're members, so they the people actually know your name when you get there if you're members. But it was nice dinner, nice conversation, and we got home, and the time I got in bed, it was close to midnight, and I was like, oh, I got Mandalorian to watch.
Yeah, nice.
It was pretty good. Starts out with the whole firefight.
Yeah, I liked. Oh yeah, and if anybody's watching this video and you haven't seen.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, exactly. Spoiler alert! If you haven't seen Mandalorian episode 5, then just like skip ahead a little bit.
Or any Mandalorian episode.
Or any, yeah. So spoiler alert. But anyways, now we can continue. But yeah. Hang on, I'm still replying to my real quick.
You're good. Your power's still out.
His is, yeah, as far as I know.
Shoot.
So we'll see. I mean, we got another, like 49 minutes before you gotta leave. So we'll see how it goes. And if he doesn't get back, then it's just something that's out of our control. We'll just pick up again next week.
Yeah.
So.
Just magically give me all the powers of all the skill trees, and we'll go on.
I think I'm just gonna go ahead and make the call. I'll give you this stipulation as far as this goes, and I hope this doesn't bother you too much. But because of narratively how your character is sort of how he's pushed away his connection to the Force, I want to give you the experience to kind of catch you up to Kason and I. But my recommendation would be to invest that experience, or my stipulation would be to invest that experience in other things aside from your Force powers. Mainly because of narratively how it's gone. Now, if you want to do some like more base level things, or actually, I guess from a narrative perspective, as long as it doesn't seem unreasonable from your sort of like, almost you could say like muscle memory coming back, then you can invest it in some of your like talents in your your Ataru Striker tree or things like that. But yeah, give you the experience to kind of get you caught up to Kason and I, because you're at 190 right now overall. So that would be, I'd be giving you another, we'll just say, we'll do a little, we will do a little less than what Kason's at, just because I'll kind of keep out the sort of bonus experience from here and there. We'll say your total would be 340. So another...
150.
Yeah, another 150 experience. So I'll give you that. And like I said, you can invest in things. Just try and keep in mind, narratively, you wouldn't necessarily want to be. And so you're available. Yeah, you want to add 150 to your available. Right. Yeah. There you go. So, and yeah, you can invest that in skills, or I mean, really, you can invest it in anything. Just if you invest it into any of your force power stuff, just try to remember narratively that you are still sort of at a fledgling, uh, a little
Right.
better than a fledgling connection to the force. So, but yeah.
Well, I guess I'll sit here for a minute and read over some of these different Fire Striker things, and we'll see
Okay.
if he comes back at all.
Okay. Yeah, because like I, yeah, I think it makes sense to kind of give you that experience to get you caught up to our level, because I don't want. It doesn't feel right to me to have you sort of lagging behind, especially narratively thinking about how your character's put together, and you should have experience, and I also don't want, from a structured gameplay standpoint, I don't want to have to hold back the overall structured gameplay in order to sort of make a safety net for you, when it overall it's again, it all comes back to the narrative. So yeah. Oh, um are you gonna can you multitask while continue to talk, or do you want
Yeah,
do you
yeah,
need
yeah.
to, okay.
Just reading a little bit.
Yeah.
Keep going.
I liked now the one thing I felt about this episode as The Mandalorian is that it was a bit more sort of fan servicey in some ways, and a little more cliche than the others have been so far, which is okay. I mean, it's Star Wars, it's its own sort of narrative that you just appreciate. You kind of appreciate some of the cliche aspects of it, really. Um, to me, I think that's what I've gotten frustrated with people as far as how sort of stories have gone. Moral complexity is great, but the point of storytelling, like with Star Wars, is coming back to that simplistic good versus evil sort of storytelling, classic fairy tale type stuff. So to me,
True.
having sort of more cliche, and in some ways it's gonna be a little more predictable, but that's Star Wars, to me anyway. And kind of how and it's kind of the impression I've gotten with George Lucas and sort of Dave Filoni and everybody. So, but anyways, I do the opening was fun. It was a great little space fight, which was something that we hadn't gotten in the show yet. And to me with Star Wars, there are a few things that when I go to see a Star Wars movie, especially, and I've kind of had to change this expectation, given like especially starting with Rogue One. But when I go see the Star Wars movie, there are like checklists, basically, right? So there's the blaster fight, and it's talking about of course, action sequences, the blaster fight, the space battle, and the lightsaber battle, right? So with Mandalorian, obviously there's not going to be blaster or lightsaber fights, because we've got nothing indicating that at this point. And a part of the narrative that you and I are both sort of frustrated with, as far as this time period that we're still in, is that the Jedi are still a rare thing, and not to say that you want a Jedi in every corner, but like the prequels had kind of an appropriate level of it. It's like they're not common, but there were 10,000 Jedi at that time. You know what I mean? And I feel like that's a reasonable number. I think we both kind of want to get back
Right.
to that sort of ratio. But anyways, I'm like rambling all over the place. But I know not to expect a lightsaber fight anytime soon in The Mandalorian. and especially considering this is 25 years before the Force Awakens, and that when Rey and Finn sort of talk about all that, it's still kind of a myth at that point. Other than Baby Yoda using the Force, I'm not expecting a whole lot out of that. Um,
Yeah, I mean, I read an article where it talked about if you were waiting to see Boba Fett and the Mandalorian, it might be ruining your overall experience.
yeah, I agree.
Because a lot of people every episode are just bated breath. Is we're gonna see Boba Fett? Is we gonna see Boba Fett, or are they gonna hire Boba Fett to go after him, or what's gonna happen to Boba Fett?
I would like to see them bring a form of conclusion that shows that Boba Fett did survive. And I think there have been hints in some of the books and stuff that Boba Fett did make it out of the Sarlacc. Like I think in one book specifically, it talked about some trader or something having some Mandalorian armor that was like acid scarred. Um, that oh, don't forget to check
Oh
the
yeah,
the, the
he
basic
escaped the
canon.
Sarlacc.
Yeah, and so
Yeah, he escaped the Sarlacc pit.
yeah, so I want to see. I would like to see them come to that, but at the same time, the point of this show is to expand the universe more, to show stories of new and different characters. And it's not Star Wars. It's not Boba Fett, a Star Wars story. This is, you know, the Mandalorian. It's about this new character, and to me, as much as I am grateful for Boba Fett, and I resonate with fans of Boba Fett in the regard of, I loved having so many more Luke stories in the expanded universe and getting to see Luke, progress and grow into that version of himself that most of the fandom likes, and I feel like probably most of the fandom prefers to what we got in The Last Jedi. Um, and I'm not gonna lie, I do kind of prefer the EU version of Luke, but at the same time, I'm not gonna say that
Well, of
you
course.
know, I mean, no, everybody. I don't think there are many people that would prefer the Last Jedi Luke over the EU Luke. But to me, you know, moving forward as a Star Wars fan, not to say that we should accept poor writing or anything in that regard, but that we need to be receptive of these new stories that we're being told, because we're not gonna get a regurgitation of the expanded universe. So that being said,
True.
from the aspect of Boba Fett being in the Mandalorian, maybe write some books or something about Boba Fett in the new canon, if you maybe one or two, or have him be a prominent part of certain stories. The Mandalorian has an opportunity for that, to have him in an episode or two, but we're dealing with the Mandalorian. His name hasn't been revealed yet, so you can't refer to him by name, but everybody knows him as the Mandalorian. So, and he's a likable character. He's got a good mix of the sort of Mandalorian honor and things like that, while also being uh, scrupulous when it comes to dealing with combat situations. He's not a dirty fighter, but he will do things. He'll do what needs to be done, for the fight, basically. Um, and to me, I almost think that's kind of a good way to go, because Boba Fett, for one, in canon, and this is, again, I think I told you about this. But um, George Lucas. So I saw something in a that covered a phone interview. Had a snippet from a phone interview with Dave Filoni, and Dave Filoni he's one of the major, like, Star Wars creative leads right now. Like, he's the guy that did the Clone Wars. He's the guy that did Star Wars Rebels. He's got a lot of input into Mandalorian right now. He's one of the main, like, I guess you could say, lore masters.
Right.
Um,
Yeah. You're 100% correct.
so he had a phone conversation with George Lucas. There was an episode in the Clone Wars that has to do with Mandalore. Like, there's a whole story arc there, and Obi-Wan has a conversation with one of the like political leaders of what do you call it, of Mandalore, and he refers specifically to Jango Fett. And I had an encounter with a person in Mandalorian armor and da 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 da, and the political leader is adamant about the fact that Jango Fett is not a Mandalorian. And
Right.
um, so and Dave Filoni said that again that was a conversation, that was a decision of George Lucas himself. So people can say what they want about George Lucas's decisions, but it is his original creation, right? So you might not disagree with all of his choices, but hey, he's the one that's right that gave birth to the story and ultimately has creative control, or is the, I guess you could say, the main creative resource. Um, and so, coming back to the Mandalorian, um, I feel like we have a version of a character, a Mandalorian character, that is kind of, in some ways, better than what we could have gotten as a hero character than if you did this series following Boba Fett. Now, Boba Fett could give you, I guess you could say, more of an interesting anti-hero story in some ways, because he is ruthless and he's not an actual Mandalorian and da 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 da. But the the something you would kind of lose in all of that is, because of that creative decision to make Jango and by that Boba not Mandalorian, not actual Mandalorians, you couldn't get into Mandalorian culture as much, or at least not in the same way. And you'd be missing out on seeing what happens with this new character that we've gotten, the Mandalorian that Pedro Pascal is portraying.
Yeah. I read a bunch of stuff about Mandalorian culture, and when it comes to Mandalore, they're a very proud people and people that are very loyal to their own. And as a Mandalorian, you have the ability to adopt, and you have the ability to take anybody at any age and adopt them into your clan if you are the head of a clan and of a renowned house. And when you adopt them, they now take on the mantle of your name. Their name will be changed, and at that point, they are considered Mandalorian. Um, None of that has been canonized in the films. That was in a bunch of the comic book series
Mm-hmm.
and a bunch of the stuff during the Clone Wars and post Clone Wars. Some of that stuff was even elaborated in the expanded universe, and then of course all that is now legends. So technically, some of that is refutable and argued, could be argued, but for the most part, um, as it was set, all the elite, high-end clones, the very first batch of clones that was created, a lot of them died, and the ones that survived all had severe. They were severe forms of Jango Fett. They were high-end forms, and when what's his dude flunk face, I can't remember his name, all of a sudden offered to take him. He was one of the Mandalorian leaders that were going to train the clones,
Mm-hmm.
and when he took them, he trained them, and they became like the elite of the elite of the high level elite. And he adopted them all as Mandalorians. And when year by and Order 66 had happened, and they then progressed into removing clones from the Republic altogether. I mean, the Empire, excuse me. And went to regular soldiers. Most of them even figured out how to reverse the aging process and remove the command system of the Order 66 out of their brains and all kind of stuff. And then they all went back to Mandalore and in to live out their lives and take wives and all this kind of stuff. Again, some of that's comic book stuff, some of that's legends and yada yada yada. But if you look back at that time period during Episode 2, during the Clone Wars, something that was established then was that there was a Mandalorian civil war going on, and even in the cartoons you see it. Leaders to follow whom, and when they House Kryze and House Vizsla were at war against each other, when Vizsla won and Kryze was executed and time changed, um, there was a great split off. All of her loyalists left. They ended up becoming exiled, and most of those loyalists uh, begin to roam the galaxy after that. And the only thing I'm saying that is I'm wondering if that has some connection to something. Um,
Okay, can you hear
oh,
me?
Kaysen says on.
Yeah, yeah, there we go. I was trying to, sorry, Case, and I was trying to figure out how to get you back into this group voice channel, so
No, no
I got
problem.
it now.
And
Okay.
then
Yeah.
ultimately,
Power
John
went
Favreau's
out in my whole
character.
house.
John Favreau's character is credited being a Vizsla. His name's like Skade Vizsla or whatever his first name is,
Mm.
and he's supposed to be related to Pre Vizsla, the character he played in the Clone Wars season 5, I think it was.
Okay.
So I'm wondering if those are extended exiles of the Mandalorian Civil War time period, and that Mandalore isn't like destroyed or scattered, but those that are living out there are following some different way, some older code. This is the way.
Right. This is the way.
Because
Okay,
their way is
so
if you
is that what
take
you
your
guys were
helmet
talking
off,
about?
you can put it back
Talking
on.
about Mandalorian?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking
Yeah.
about the Mandalorian.
Well, we did some other stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
So did you guys go through the conversation at all on this stuff? Or I mean, wait. So what happened when the door opened or whatever?
Well, we haven't. No, I paused it there because I don't want it. I don't want the narrative.
Oh yeah, we didn't do any of that.
Yeah, I don't want the narrative to continue like at this point
Okay.
without you being there to sort of respond to things. So, because yeah, we're gonna.
Gotcha. All right. All right. Hopefully my uh, electricity is stable for now.
Yeah. Now we do.
So
Um, we've only got like another 25 minutes basically, so we'll kind of move forward and see how far.
oh,
we
you guys
can
gotta
get.
go? Or Matt,
Yeah,
you gotta go?
Yeah.
Matt's got something that he's got to do. So, and I forgot to tell you when he told me that. So I apologize for that. But yeah. So it looks like Discord is still.
Sucks that my internet went out for a while there. But okay, so let's go ahead and continue there then.
Okay. So
So what's
all right. So as
everyone else doing? You saw what I did and it failed.
yeah. So what I'll say is because to me it just makes sense with as much as Ator has really worked on her connection to the Force. I'm gonna say that it's fairly effortless for her to sense, just sense the presence at least of a living being, within short range. Now, if there's a sort of a narrative aspect that calls for it, just let me know that that's what she's kind of trying to do. And then if there's a narrative aspect that might impede it in some way, then we'll work it out from there as far as like a structured gameplay aspect. Okay.
Alright.
Now, as far as what Ator would sense, and it's kind of evident anyway, just because somebody just rung the door. But there's always the possibility of other things like droids or whatever. But so stretching out with Ator's feelings, she would sense a sentient being at the door. But of course, given the force sense check.
All right, so
the
she'll
force
say there's
feature-
only one, or there. Sorry, so
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
or she would say the others. I only sense one person.
Okay. Garen nods, and he kind of puts a hand out, like everybody, just be ready, but don't just don't be aggressive. Basically, is kind of what he's trying to non-verbally express. And he gets up and moves toward the door, and he's got sort of his hand at the ready for, to draw his saber if necessary. But he's also not wanting to show aggression. He doesn't want to initiate a fight unnecessarily. So, and he opens the door to greet who is there. And as he opens the door, there is a human male standing there. He's an inch or two taller than average height, and he's dressed somewhat casually, a little ruggedly actually, and he appearance he is definitely not a member of the retreat's staff. And so Garen kind of, there's this sort of brief pause as everybody's looking at him, and he's kind of looking at everyone, and his body language denotes that he's not exactly surprised at the reception that he's gotten, as far as how everybody is sort of looking at him. And does anybody now, before I speak up for him, does anybody sort of want to say anything like right off the bat, or you just kind of want to see how it plays out?
I'm good.
Okay. So he says, "Hello. No need to be alarmed. I'm a friend of Banis Yorn's." And Garen kind of raises an eyebrow and kind of looks back at the group, and then looks back at the man standing at the door. He says, "Banis told me he told you about me. My name is Kalik Teldon." And Garen kind of relaxes a little bit and nods. "He did tell us about you. He didn't say you were going to come and meet us here." And Kalik kind of smirks, and he says, "Well, our association with Banis isn't exactly something either of us want to be known publicly."
Mm.
How far? Sorry, how far is he from my character?
It would be short range, so you're not engaged, but it's across the room basically, because you're kind of seated. I would assume your character's seated at the sort of dining table as we've been having breakfast, and the room is probably the front entrance. Given the size of the sort of common area, you're probably a good 15 feet or so, we'll say, somewhere around in there, from the door. So you do have view of the door, like the layout of the room. The door is sort of front center of the common room. There's no obstruction, of view from most all the room to.
Yeah,
to
I got you. I'm just trying to figure out what. I'm just trying to think about what kind of action she would take.
Okay.
So what are the other guys doing?
Okay. Spondaz is
Everybody else.
he's just kind of like he's still eating, and he's kind of got a mouthful of food, but he's kind of paused, watching what's going on at the door and what everybody else is gonna do. He's Spondaz is very much trying follows the lead of the group basically.
Should just watch him, I guess, for now, and just stay at the table with Spondaz.
Okay. What would X just be observing as well, or would he speak up or anything, or would he do anything? Really?
No, just at this point, just try to sense this guy's intentions.
Okay. So he's going to attempt to. Are you going to attempt to sense him through the force?
Yeah.
Okay. So go ahead with your sense power check. Now,
Oh,
are
cool. You got the sensibility?
Yeah. Oh.
Oh yeah, you better fill him in on that.
Okay. So because of
Holy shit, you went all out.
because of the fact that I don't want to hold back structured gameplay and narrative and stuff based on him being behind in experience. I basically gave him experience enough to kind of catch up to us, given the fact that his character's background is that he is he's been out there, he's done stuff, and I don't like I don't want us to have to constantly I don't want to have to constantly be sort of like baby gating the structured gameplay, and also I don't want him to feel like he's held back and all that kind of stuff. So I gave him the stipulation that he could invest the experience and sort of catch up in that way, to help bolster the narrative but as long as he didn't start going crazy like with the force abilities and stuff, given that he's still at a fledgling sort of level of the force connection. So we'll that's
All right.
that's
So you
that's
give him like the hell's it called again? Can't remember what it's called.
what that you talking about, the night level?
Yeah, that thing.
You could kind of, I guess, say
Night level boost thingy.
I guess you could say that. I mean, it's not. I based it off of the experience that we have, off the experience you have invested, actually, your overall experience. So I gave him. I basically just.
Yeah, I see that.
I gave him 340 overall, and then basically gave him the available that he hadn't invested, up to that point. So.
Gotcha. All right, so he's gonna sense him.
Yeah. So. Did you do the roll, or did you just pull the dice over there?
I did roll already, and I only got one force.
Okay, so yeah, and that's not. Wait, let me look at this again.
You can sense him.
Yeah.
But it's still it's still short range, so you can't
Yeah.
can't get the emotional thing. Okay.
Can't sense his thoughts.
Yeah.
Well, he's there. I can definitely tell he's there.
Yeah, can't sense his emotional state yet. So all right. Okay. So as Exodus tries to reach out and with his newly reopened connection through the Force, he feels the energy flowing back and forth between himself and the new person that's just come to meet them, but again, not really getting anything beyond that sort of feeling his presence within the Force. So Garen continues, with the conversation, and he says, "Well, I can understand that from from what Ban has said about not wanting to endanger his political position by offering us aid in the resistance and then giving us your name. But he didn't really tell us anything else about you. And Garen sort of motions sort of into the seating area of the common room and sort of closes the door behind Kalik as he moves into the room, but remaining cautious about this person, Garen sort of um, remains at he kind of is mindful of his position and posture when it comes to the person, remaining alert and sort of close to basically within engaged range as he sort of walks with him into the common room. And Kalik moves in and moves into the common room, and he kind of looks around and he sees that everyone, you can kind of see him sort of keeping his eye on everybody, basically. And if you, I think everybody's got enough of a background. You can see that he is sort of calculating, but his body language doesn't present a threat. It doesn't. The minor cues in his the movements of his eyes and his facial expressions don't really depict that of someone that is lining up targets that he's about to execute. Basically, it's more of just a sort of a readout of the situation.
I want to flip a destiny point.
Okay.
I want to know what he's thinking.
Ooh. I don't think I can allow that. I don't think that quite fits with the destiny point.
Ooh.
I mean,
can make
I
a
guess you
roll as
can.
well.
I guess you could like flip it, say that once he can sense his emotions once he gets to the table.
Because I could already sense his emotions.
Well,
Because he got 1 point.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Once he's engaged, maybe he can sense the guy's emotions once he's engaged.
Okay.
Just not while he's far away.
Okay, so I'm gonna spin it.
You can flip the point for that, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
So let me explain the situation. Then maybe you can take action from there. Kalik, as he's moving into the common room, the thing is the seating room, the like sort of living room portion of it, or not seating room, the seating area. It's like there's the door, the seating area, and then the dining sort of table and area. Okay. So he doesn't move all the way to the eating table because he's also, as he's reading the situation, as you're seeing this in his body language, he also doesn't want to present himself as a threat, and through that he doesn't want to like get too close or impose. So he's
so Garen wasn't inviting him to the table.
No, Garen was motioning to the seating area, right? And that's also sort of Garen's MO as far as keeping, not knowing who he is, keeping him in a position where he's not too close to the people that he's has that sort of protective nature over either. So he's.
Do I need to do a? Because I mean, if I really wanted to know his intent, I'd just get up and walk closer to the seating area.
I mean, you can do that.
In engaged range.
So what I would say is that you can move to the seating area, and you can flip a destiny point, basically using that as a light side point if you want to, because I feel that's fair given the power of the destiny points, basically, to allow you to sense his emotions that way.
Yeah, I want to know what he's thinking.
Okay. Well, keep in mind you're not going to know what
if you want.
I don't think. Well, let me see. You're not going to know what he's thinking, because that would require an additional force point, I think. Or wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah, it requires 2.
So, but you could sense his emotions at least. So it's basically like so if you move to engaged range, then you could sense his emotions. Like it would give you an automatic light side point to be able to sense his emotions.
Okay, do you want me to roll?
No. If you flip a destiny point, then you got it.
Okay.
Basically. So is that what you're gonna do?
Yeah.
Okay, so so did you flip the destiny point? Oh no, here I'll flip it for you. Well, no, you. Do you want me to flip it or do
You
you want to
flip
flip
it.
it? Okay.
Yeah, you flip it.
All right. So there we
You flip it, buddy.
go. So as Kayla kind of moves in and he's kind of like minding his posture, he's watching the room and watching kind of keeping his eye on everybody, but he's also again he keeps his hand visible or his hands visible. He moves and he sits down sort of on the sofa, sort of there's a little bit of a nonchalance to his movements as well. And as X, gets up from the table and moves to sort of sit close to him on the sofa, he kind of more of his attention moves to Exodus, and he kind of looks at Exodus like just sort of his body language is sort of wanting to is has a sense of sort of openness to him. And as Exodus, um, focuses on the energy moving back and forth between him and Kalik, and starts to feel the connection to his being overall, he starts to discern the sort of ebb and flow of his emotions, and Exodus is able to sense that Kalik is alert, not knowing, he has a typical emotional response to being in a room of strangers, and also sort of emotionally sort of guarded, not wanting to show his full hand basically, but also more emotionally open than somebody that's being deceitful, or really trying to hedge information basically. Um, and you sense a sense of purpose there, and a bit of hopefulness as well. I think that covers pretty much everything that he would be more or less feeling at that point. Does that make
Okay, thank
sense?
you.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So as Exodus is sort of sensing him, and Kalik is he when X moves close, Kalik doesn't he just kind of stays his course basically. He doesn't like shift or try to scoot away or anything like that. He says, well, uh, through the messenger that Banus sent us, he informed us where you would. He told me that you would be here, and he told me that you were a part of the resistance, and that the resistance is looking for allies. And he kind of shifts back in his seat a little bit and kind of folds his hands, and you can tell that he kind of considers for a moment. He hesitates briefly at the information that he's about to share, but then decides to move forward and share the information. I am the leader of a group that we call ourselves Lancer Squadron. We're a small group of Adamari that believe that we need to take a more proactive role in the conflicts of the greater galaxy. We still believe that Adamar needs to stand strong on its own, and we're not trying to change Adamar from the perspective of becoming a greater part of the galaxy, but we do believe that in order to protect Adamar, we need to get involved in the fight before it comes completely to us, if at all possible. That being the case, I believe it would be wise for Lancer Squadron to help the Resistance fight against the First Order.
At this point, Ator would get up from her chair and go up to him, get in engaged range. sorry, engaged range, and try to sense his thoughts.
Okay. All right. Go ahead with your sense power check. Dang. So,
He
as
says, "You will tell me everything."
yeah, I know, right? That's really what the
Or the
dice
Force
say.
tells you.
Did he get 4?
He got 4 light side points.
Hey, he's gonna have to do more than be able to read his thoughts. There's got to be something else he can do
Yeah,
with 4.
so um
That's a lot.
well again it's about so okay.
That breakfast really helped Atar.
Oh, can I? uh, oh, that would be cool if I could spend a point on the influence too to make him more friendly too.
Actually, I
Do
was
it.
I was gonna say that. Yeah, I was gonna say, since that was such a good role as far as connecting to him to the point of like mentally and emotionally, that yes, you could actually invest a point basically into the influence, and
All
um,
right.
alter his emotional state to be a little more open. Um, if you had gotten less force points, I wouldn't allow that, especially because this particular character is not weak-minded.
He's
Um,
flipping 4 force points though,
but
man.
no, yeah, no, that was way too good of a force roll for me not to allow that. So
Yeah, that's insane.
that's a really good force check.
Yeah, that's
So
what you miss out on if you just skip the force rolls.
yeah. Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Like in this instance, as far as just sort of sensing a being, that to me is a basic, especially for Ator right now.
True.
Now,
True.
someone like X, who's he's starting to he's sort of restarting to connect with the force and everything, that I would call for a force power check just to sense the presence, at least at this current state narratively.
Right. Yeah,
So
that makes sense.
All right. So Ator goes up and senses his current thoughts, and uh, influences and makes him. Okay, so Ator goes up to him, stares deep into his eyes, and then he just starts to feel at peace and kind of a blissfulness right now.
Kate Blanchett.
And she asks him, "Are your intentions pure?"
So as this whole sort of interaction, this exchange within the force and Kalik's emotional state takes place, and um, Exodus is sensing, as he's focused on sensing his emotional state as well. X can feel the emotional guard come down on Kalik, and Kalik, is sort of caught and somewhat entranced in Ator's direct gaze, basically. Um,
The
and
the beauty of a Twi'lek with a 5 presence.
yeah,
Lol.
Ator is definitely using all of her strengths at this point. Um, and so
She's
she
sticking her chest out and everything.
so Kalik, he looks at her, and with all earnestness, and his thoughts match his words at this point, he says, "Ma'am, my intentions are entirely pure. I believe that the fight against the First Order is one that needs to be fought, and I believe a part of keeping Adamar independent is making sure that invaders like the First Order don't get a foothold here. And in order to do that, we need to keep them off their game."
Okay.
What does Garen do during all this?
Garen is he's listening to Kalik. Garen's very much the type that wants to take in as much information as possible. Plus, he is seeing the actions of really Ator and also X. So he's seeing the sort of members of his team as it is now, um, sort of taking proactive steps. So he's letting his team work and watching how things unfold and listening to what Kalik has to say as well. And
Right.
he's getting a I'll say he's getting a hint through the force of he's feeling the force moving at this point because it's being used so much. So he's got a general understanding that the force is at work or being used also as well. So he's
I
again.
think at this point of the conversation, I would say, at least say it out loud, I'd look over at Garen and say, um, I think we can trust him.
Garen would look to Exodus and nod and say, "I agree."
Ator would just continue pressing on him while she has him
Pressing,
tranced. Entranced.
pressing up against him.
So when you say
Not literally, figuratively. Pressing him
I
for
get it.
answers.
so you gotta play the dialogue out here. So what else is she gonna ask? Because I
Yeah.
gotta have something to work off of as far as Kalik's
Yeah.
responses go.
So she just continues asking him questions. She says, what do you know about our situation?
All right. Kalik would respond and say, I don't have specific information about the resistance. All I know is that you're a small group compared to the First Order, and
She says, no, about us, our current situation. What
he
can you,
he kind of
are you aware of the attacks on us?
Kalik
You know
says-
who's,
Oh, sorry, I don't want to interrupt. Go ahead.
no, go ahead. Are you aware of the attacks on us?
Kalik said, Banis did mention that Parator Fendrel sent some people after you.
What can you tell us about Banis and Findril?
He kind of tilts his head to the side, thinking for a minute. I don't know all the ins and outs of the political situation, but I do know that Banis, being a friend of mine, he and Fendrel have not been on good terms, and Fendrel definitely has it out for him. I'm not aware of any attempts on Banis's life, but I do know that from what he's told me of her, when she has something in mind, or when she has a goal, she will do whatever she feels needs to be done to achieve that goal. And from what he's
Should,
told me,
should Findril be removed off the board?
he kind of, Kalik kind of, or what's that? Shoot, what is it? Kalik, yeah. Kalik kind of, he kind of clenches his teeth, kind of like, and he goes, potentially, but that's not what Lancer Squadron's about. We're not assassins. We're not. That we don't want to get wrapped up any more than we have to in the political situation. We're soldiers. We're here to fight external threats to Adamar.
What about internal threats?
A
A lot of good it will do you if you help the resistance, and then Adamar is still a slave unto itself.
You can sense through the force that he is still remaining open and still wanting to help, but there's an internal conflict in him that he's concerned about what Lancer Squadron could get sort of mired into if he starts making moves against his world's governments. He says, and he expresses this out loud, and he says, I understand what you're saying, but that's a very different fight that you're talking about, and one that I don't think would be wise for Lancer Squadron to get involved in just yet. We've got a big enough threat with the First Order outside without adding internal threats to the list.
What if you're already on her list?
He kind of leans back, considers it. He says, I might be, but I'll have to deal with that when it comes.
At that point, I would look back at Atar and just kind of nod in his direction.
In her direction.
No, no, I would look at her and then nod in his direction, like
Oh, I got you.
you
I
were
got you.
get
Like gesture to the
you
guy.
were getting better traction there.
Well, he started asking questions, so it messed her up her train of thought.
Okay.
So she doesn't. She got kind of bored of him now.
Bored of him?
Just kidding. No, no, she asked. Let's see.
What?
She asked, is there
Alright,
anything
shoot
that you
anyway.
can do to help us resolve this, uh, this, what is it called? This conflict? Just, is there anything that you can do to help us resolve this conflict with Findrel?
He pauses and really you can tell that like through reading his thoughts and his emotional state, you can tell that he's really kind of working through, doing the calculations, basically working through, um, that Geneth Vendrell is a parator. She's the leader of an entire, an entire territory, an entire government body, a military force, a security force. She's got, all of her political connections there, as well as political, and other connections in many of the territories, and you, as Ator is reading his thoughts, she's starting to get, at least from his perspective, more of a scope of just how far-reaching, or how far Geneth Fendrell's reach is on Adamar, and she's really got, like, connections and sort of tendrils everywhere. And she is, Geneth Fendrell, from Kalik's perspective, is a power player, and he because of Ator's influence through the Force, he's really racking his brain trying to see if there is, trying to think through his own resources and his limited resources, as far as if there is anything he can do to, because you didn't just ask for protection, you asked for
I'm gonna flip a destiny coin to help him
Oh, frick, dude.
find a weakness.
Oh, all right. This is something I wasn't expecting, so
Wow.
I'm gonna have
I'm
to.
digging. I'm digging this. Digging
Sheesh. This is good. It's fun, kind of being put on my toes like this. Oh, let me
This
see.
is
I
your
mean,
fault. This is your fault,
well,
Kason, for flipping destiny
Matt has
points
to
the last
go.
game.
Matt has to go pretty soon here, anyways, right?
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So
So
if you need some time to think about it, then maybe we should stop
all right. So
while he's
here's
mid
what here's
mid converse.
no, here. Okay. So this is what's gonna happen as the cliffhanger for our session, because this is what I had intended anyway, and it's going to move the narrative in the direction that I had planned. But I am going to keep what you were talking about in mind as well. So that's going to give me something to chew on that I can work into the narrative for next week and however long moving forward. Okay. So as you're having this conversation, and Kalik is again, he's really racking his brain trying to examine angles and such. All of a sudden you hear his comlink beeping, and he kind of like sort of shakes his head a little bit, sort of like acknowledging the comlink, kind of getting out of his thoughts for a minute and knowing that he needs to acknowledge that. So he takes the comlink out, and he with the sort of openness that he now has with the group thanks to Ator's influence, he doesn't even hesitate to to answer and just kind of communicate openly. This is Teldon. And you hear over the comlink, is the situation secure? And Teldon, or is the situation secure, sir? And Teldon says, "Yes, go ahead. What is it?" And oh wait, shoot. Hang on. No. I got it mixed up in my head. Okay, no.
I was about to say, what's going on here?
No. I got it mixed up. I had two things when I was brainstorming this week. I had two ways this is gonna progress. So never mind. Scratch what I just said. Yeah, we're just gonna we're gonna pause it there.
Oh.
Pause it in the conversation.
Ah.
Scratch the incoming comm call, because
There's your cliffhanger right there.
yeah, no. So we're gonna pause it mid conversation.
That's the end of the episode. Is the situation secure? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, no.
Dun, dun, dun,
No,
dun,
that's
dun.
Wait, that didn't happen.
Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, I that was my bad.
Ator had fell asleep because she was so bored with him.
Daydreaming. Yeah, no, yeah, so we'll just go back to the conversation basically. So as Kalik is sitting there sort of racking his brain, trying to see if there's an angle that he can address, and then we'll pick back up from there next week. And I'll make a note of it, my GM notes here, that's where we're at.
Okay. All right.
All right, so everyone, because I think we had some decent character development, 15 XP. So, because everybody really kind of addressed some good stuff. Actually, go 20. Sorry, 20 XP.
All right.
Yeah, because especially with, well, with Ator, of course, Case and you always do a good job with sort of working her personal angles, but still working it into the narrative and sort of being engaged in what's going on. So
I got my extra force point.
So
Look at you.
I don't know if I should add it now or if I should wait. I mean, I kind of want to add it now because she rolled the four force points. So I was like, maybe this is where she gets stronger with the force right here.
wait, which?
But,
What are you talking? Oh, your force rating? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, how have you been rolling with 2 force die if you didn't? Wait, where did you get your other force rating from?
Right there. He's got 2 on his
See that?
skill tree. He's got 2.
Oh, holy crap! Okay, yeah, cool. All right.
Yeah.
Dang,
he's got 2.
I did not realize that was a thing. Holy crap! All right.
Well, if
Yeah.
you look on my other one, this one doesn't have any.
Right, yeah. So that kind of makes up for it as far as just the mystic
Same,
sort of
see the
career
same.
overall.
Yeah, same career, different specialization.
Right, yeah, that's what I meant. Well, that's what I was saying. The career overall between the different specs. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's kind of an interesting twist though, because it's like, yes, you don't have one on that, but then, to have 2 and not have them all that far apart, that's pretty interesting. So, okay. All right. Session ended.
I'm not sure if I want to go ahead and put the points in right now.
That's up to you. You
Chance cube.
Okay.
Chance it up. What color?
Blue. I put the point in right now. Red. I put in later.
Okay.
I put it in right now.
All right.
It's blue.
Yeah, as I say, I don't, as a GM and like narratively, I don't have any objections.
It was blue.
Because Ator, constantly,
Because of that freaking point.
Yeah.
That was an awesome roll there.
Yeah, that was.
Hey,
That was great.
quick question.
Sure.
How much does it cost to turn an N on one of your skills to a Y? To upgrade it from an ability to a proficiency.
You can't do that.
No.
That's career thing.
Yeah.
There are ways of doing that, but it's not like a point cost thing.
So basically,
Oh, so
what it is.
so the N and the Y doesn't matter.
Right. Well, what it does
No,
is. What it does is, if it's N, that means it's not a career skill. That means it costs more experience to increase the rank in that skill. So if it's an N, that means it's going to be more costly to increase it. You can still increase it and sort of chalk it up to just sort of how your character has, learned that through trial and error or just general experience. But, being a career skill is about it being a part of your training and that sort of a thing. So.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So, I mean, if you get... Correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah. So if you go into a different specialization, you can get career skills from those. So I guess in that sense, you can
Right.
do spend points to get switch it from an N to a Y.
Right. If you bought a specialization that has that as a part of the career skill, then you could do kind of like what we did
How
with
do you? How much does it cost to upgrade a career skill? Like I have, I'm just interested in like looking at that.
Yeah, yeah.
Just what does that do?
It's
Uh,
5 points times the rank that you want. So if you want to go from rank 1 to 2, or if you want to go into rank 1, it's 5 points. If it's not a career skill, it's an extra 5 points. That would make it 10 points.
mhm.
If you want to go to rank 2, that'll be 2 times 5. So that'll be 10 points to go from rank 1 to 2. If it's not a career skill, you add 5 points on.
Right.
So it'll be 15 to go from rank 1 to 2,
Right.
and so on and
So
so
if
forth.
you're a 4 and you want to go to a 5, it would be
5 times 5,
So
so
25.
25
25.
points. And if it's not a career skill, it would cost 30.
Yep. An extra. Yeah. Add that extra 5. And the reason I like that and I think it makes sense is even though you're still having to spend extra experience, the farther along you go, it's not like the additional experience ramps up either. So you're still. It's like you're.
Yeah.
You're learning more from experience at that point the higher you go than you are from just like formal training or something like that.
when you upgrade, does it just add an ability, or does it upgrade a proficiency, or how does that work?
So what it does, and thankfully the character sheet takes care of this for you, it goes off of whichever is higher, the base characteristic or the ranks in the skill. That's how many overall dice you have, and or let me scratch that. Say you have a characteristic of 3, and you have a rank of 2 in that skill.
Mm-hmm.
3 would give you 3 green die, 3 ability die, and then your 2 skill ranks would upgrade 2 of those to yellows. Okay. If it was swapped, if you had 2 in the characteristic and 3 ranks in the skill, it would still be the same. Does that make sense? So whichever is the bigger number determines how many ability die you have, and then whichever is the smaller number determines how many of those get
Upgrades.
upgraded. Yes, exactly. So
Okay. I want to look into adding another point into my lightsaber ability here.
let me look at your character
How
sheet.
do
I'm
you-
just gonna finish
Lightsaber?
this note real quick.
Yeah, so you have one so you have one rank into it already. So if you want to go to rank 2, it'll cost you 10 XP because it's a Y, so it's career. So
How do
it'll
you
cost you
edit
10
that?
XP to go to rank 2.
How do you edit that?
Oh, okay, so click from play mode. Go to Okay, now you're in view mode. Click it again. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead and click it again. Click on the view mode there. Oh,
There you
yeah, there you go. Now you're in edit mode. Now you can go up here and you see the plus and minus signs on this stuff. So you can, bam. So
So
that
that's
costs 10 XP right there. If you want to put
that's
another
20
point in, that's an
XP.
extra 15. So that's 25 right there total. If you want to put another point in, that'll be an extra 20 XP. So that'll be a total of 45 XP.
So to go from a 1 to
go. 2. That's
this
10.
would, and then
That's
from
10.
2 to 3.
From 2 to 3 would be an additional.
That'll be an extra 15.
15. So that would be
So it'd be
35.
25.
20,
Or
yeah,
25.
25.
25. Yeah, sorry.
Yep.
Okay.
And then if you want to put another point into 40 or to 4, that would cost you 45 because that would be an extra 20.
All right. So if you subtract the 25 from
That's
your
25.
available,
Well, I'm already just looking.
I gotta go through. I
Exception.
might do that. Here.
And then once you're done
25.
editing it, just click on the edit mode button again there. And
35.
just click on that until it goes back to play mode. Which I'm about to do because I gotta edit mine.
Yeah,
Damn, extra force rank.
Nice
Another thing, another one of our contributions to the
character sheet.
character sheet.
Yep.
A mode. There we go. All right, now my character is ready to modify her lightsaber too.
Nice. Yeah. Oh yeah, your primary one, huh?
Yeah.
Oh wait. I've had a force rating of 2 this whole time. I've been rolling 1 force
Huh?
die for my force checks this session, and I've had a force rating of 2.
Oh, you got the point.
I
I
did.
didn't know
I
you got the
purchased
point
that
into it.
last game. Remember, I was going back and forth whether to put it into something else or that, and I finally decided on that.
I thought you didn't even have a point into this yet, so I was like,
And I had the XP to go forward, so
cool.
yeah, so yeah, which I've got to sit down. I might do that here in a minute actually. I've got to sit down and do my calculations for all my experience so I can get an accurate read on that and put that in my total XP.
And then I had a quick question on what to do with purpose points. I have 5 of them, and I'm not really sure what to do with them.
So purpose points, those go toward resources from your background is kind of the general way to say it. So um, fulfilling your purpose, it's kind of a form of currency, but not something like it's sort of like you would have to situationally turn it into something else, like situationally turn it into credits or like.
Ooh,
Huh,
I
what?
have an idea.
Hmm.
So, okay, so like this, and tell me if I'm wrong on this one here. So, like a situation occurs, and you tell them about your uh, yeah, you talk to some pilots or something like that, and you tell them about your buddies, uh, and that you need a hookup from, for some gear for your uh, what is it called, your spaceship.
Mm.
So, so if they can connect you to some people, because your friends are friends with their friends, you can use your purpose points for getting those connections. That be wrong or right?
No, that makes perfect sense. So it would be a way to it's it's almost like it's just another way to influence the narrative basically. But like Kason's explaining, it's since you did this job basically um, to respond to that distress signal. You have then fulfilled a purpose as far as your character's background of, your sort of bounty hunter, mercenary sort of kind of background, and the crew that you work for back on um, the. I always forget your planet's name. Something 4. I got that much.
Brental.
Brental 4. That guy. I know it starts with a B, and I know it's 4, but I always forget the freaking the full name of the planet. But your crew back on Brental 4. So in that regard, the purpose points would then be like, you'd be like, hey,
Reputation points, maybe?
basically, yeah, because that's the way it works. Like so it was meant to be a blending of things. So like with the obligation system works like a debt system. The what do you call it? The duty system from Age of Rebellion works like a credit system. When you fulfill your duty for the rebellion, then resources become available from the rebellion. So it's kind of like along those lines. So yes, it would be like narratively, it would be like, well, hey, we came into some additional ship parts, and we can turn that into we can upgrade the blasters on your ship, or the engine, or da 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 da. Or hey, we got some came across some extra gear, basically like a new blaster or this that or that. You know what I mean? And so it's something you can turn into or we managed to sell an extra part or do a repair on a client that came in and he gave us these extra credits, as like a tip or whatever. Um, so you can just kind of spin it that way and gain extra resources. Or even experience, if you spin it the right way, you can exchange it for additional experience as well.
And can you make me a copy of your gear, clothing, and your robes, please?
Yeah,
Just
sure.
purchased them. It was $1,150.
Okay, so
I
hold on.
took it out of my
As far as
purse.
that goes, you won't be able to do that until you actually like go shopping. Basically, like you'd have to go to a marketplace.
Oh,
Look for it.
okay.
It's not just
Okay.
like a
Well, can you just make them a copy and throw them up here, and then I'll do it when I have time next game.
Yeah. I will. I'll do that real quick. So you'll have to come up with sort of a narrative and look for an opportunity to do that. And
Okay.
I'm working the narrative to a point that there will be even more sort of sandboxy freedom stuff with your character's personal goals in mind. Where like I was kind of telling
Rarity's
Case
only
that
6. That's not bad.
I was kind of telling Case in that we're getting there. Just just sort of be patient and follow the narrative as it goes. And we'll.
Oh, I'm good. Yeah, I'm having a good time.
So.
I am going to have to leave,
Okay.
but I had fun, and thanks, guys. It was fun playing.
Yep, definitely.
And if it all goes well, then we'll definitely be seeing you guys next Saturday if nothing changes.
Yep. As far as that's
Sounds
kind of
good.
what I'm planning. I'm trying to keep it going consistent. So.
Sweet.
All right. See you later, bro.
Sorry, I had a burp. I had to burp. I apologize. Don't be upset.
Well, hopefully next time Discord will work.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Good Lord. Did it ever come back up?
Oh, it's up.
Oh, is it
It's up
finally
now.
back up? Oh, jeez. That's finally the end of our session.
Funny.
Let me see on my phone.
I haven't checked for a while now though.
I checked
Checked
once
Yeah,
or
it's
like
back.
half
twice.
an hour.
It's back up.
Okay. Cool beans. All right, bro.
I wonder if
guys.
it was having the same problem I've been having.
Later.
Later.
Later, man.
All right, Kason, do you wanna switch into Discord or do you wanna stay in here for a little bit longer?
Switch
or...
over to Discord.
Yeah.
Yeah, is Blaine in Discord too?
Yeah, he's actually already in 7 Days to Die. I'm going to.
I saw that earlier.
I think I'm gonna stay in here for a little bit because I want to do the try and do my experience calculation for my character to kind of get my total XP like accurate,
I
basically.
gotcha.
So.
Yeah. So, do you need any help on the getting ideas for the narrative or anything like that for going on in this unknown world here?
Yeah, I'm trying to balance the flow of the story, keeping in mind the story that I've had in mind for the campaign.
Oh, there's Blaine in Discord.
Yeah. Been trying to keep in mind the flow of the story as far as what I have in mind for the campaign, and sort of kind of directing the flow a little bit more to accommodate the personal character goals and what you guys want to do, as far as your working with your characters. And also on Adamar, I've kind of been playing around with the idea of... Oh, what was that? I guess that was... Yeah, that was Matt leaving the Steam chat. But I've been trying to play around with the idea of... kind of want to spin narratively what you're talking about as far as the dark side sort of messing with Ator on some of your force power checks, because I kind of have an inkling of an idea on how to spin that, but again, just trying to balance it with
Yeah,
overall.
that's something that I definitely want to make sure I'm in the dark about. Get it? In the dark about?
Yeah.
See where I went there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but as far as like the place that we're at, I mean, if you're having trouble with the ideas of stuff, like, the politics and everything, there's always, the mentality of the politicians, like this crooked woman. You've never seen Game of what is it called?
House
House of
of Cards?
Cards.
No,
Never seen House of Cards, right?
no, no.
So yeah, that would be a good one to watch for the kind of corruption and dirty shit that politicians do.
Right,
um, but so one big thing about politicians' weaknesses is airing out their dirty laundry, scandals and stuff like that.
right, yeah,
So there's always that way to go. Um, it could have to do with them, or it could have to do with their family members.
yeah,
Um, so that's another possibility.
right,
Um, Another thing about politicians is it could always have to do with certain goals that they're trying to achieve. Um, so they always prioritize.
right,
So sometimes they maybe have gotten, I mean, maybe they're, uh, you know, so corrupt and everything that they forgot why they joined in the first place. But some politicians have a specific reason why they wanted to go into politics in the first place. So they might have something that they're prioritizing over other things. So they, like, if you do one thing for them, they can forgive the slights of the others or something like that.
yeah,
So there's some ideas to just spitball there.
right, yeah, and that's I've been sort of bouncing around ideas, and you like the curveball that you threw me with, like trying to pull Kalik in to not only help add protection, but to like end the threat. That one was, I wasn't expecting that, but that's the fun.
Like I said, she's single-minded.
Yeah, that's the fun of collective storytelling, though, is having your players influence the story. Like I've seen quite a few memes on Facebook about like GM or DM memes of having all of this, was it place NPC in tavern that has beginning to quest line and in-depth backstory and da 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 and uh what is it? Players completely ignore character and strike conversation with Goblin drinking grog in the corner. Like it's like it's nothing quite that bad, but that's kind of what you guys have done, especially in the last couple of things here. And it's fun. It is. It's a blast. Just kind of going, well,
I
shit.
was
What am
thinking
I gonna
like,
do about
you know,
this
you
now?
have a. I was thinking like, you made this character here with this awesome backstory and everything, and he's ready to strike a conversation. But then one person in the group thinks that it's someone else, and they just throws a knife in their head.
Yeah, yeah, right. Yeah. Like, well, there goes that whole thing.
And the GM's like, he was a friendly.
It's like, God damn it.
He just wanted to help you progress your storyline, and you killed him.
You murdered her. uh,
That's it. Campaign over.
yeah. Guys just ruined months of preparation. Yeah, yeah.
You know how much time I spent on that character? Like, drew them all up, made like a statue of him, and
yeah.
made a well-detailed figurine.
Yeah, yeah, well detailed. Got freaking flow charts and was it like quest branches and everything else. Crazy diagrams.
Like a whole diagram of like any possible conversation to have with him. Kind of questions you'd ask him and all his different answers, possibilities. And he's dead.
Yep. Whole thing's gone now.
That is so funny.
Yeah. Thankfully, none of you guys drew a blaster and shot Kalik as soon as he walked in the room.
It spawned us. This harmless creature comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, exactly. That was that one I was ready for though. That one I had knew that was a possibility. I wasn't expecting it, but I knew it was at least a possibility. And
Oh my
Blaine
gosh.
told me after the fact that he was like, "Oh no, I shot it on purpose because I knew that was something you had in mind." You see, he said, "I just wanted to do it because I knew I could do it." I was like, "All right, fair enough." That was
Oh my gosh.
and that created its own little fun thing with Ator freaking seeing the thing and just shrieking in horror at this little creature.
And then she just goes around it.
Yeah, just
She's
steps
like, "I'm
around
not
it.
touching that thing."
Garen's just like, all right, I guess I'm cleaning this up. Oh yeah, that was fun.
That was hilarious.
I was actually not expecting the whole in that whole sequence there. I was not expecting Spawndoz to just walk out of the ship and just like frickin' like pinpoint blast the render cath and just drop it in one shot. I was not expecting that in the least.
Is that what happened? I couldn't remember.
No, that's what happened. Like I was expecting Blaine to
That's
get
funny.
sort of like, I'll do something with the ship, do something interesting with the ship, like even just like use the turret or something like that. No, Blaine just freaking, and it made sense for the mental state the Spawndoz was just fed up with the day, so he was just like Spawndoz was just pissed at that point, so he just walked out, freaking action movie star style with his blaster and just boo. Just dropped the thing, and it was too good of a roll. I couldn't narratively say anything else happened. It was just, I forget, he got like multiple successes or something, and I was just like, well, that thing's dead. Frickin' boss fight over. What was I looking? Oh yeah, I was looking at potentially buying the new spec. I gotta look at that again. Let's see. Talents.
Yeah, that was.
Alright, let's play character.
That whole session was awesome. That was an epic session right there.
Plus an additional. Okay, so I'd need 30 experience total to purchase my next spec. Okay.
Are you going for the century?
Yeah, well, and again, it's back and forth. This is the great thing about how the game's designed and stuff, because like there's some cool stuff in
Signature abilities?
well, no, like even just what's left in my Naman Disciple, I know if I buy Sentinel, then I have an immediate reflect right off the bat there, but that's basically I'm looking at 35 experience to get that. And granted, that opens the Sentry spec tree, but then again, like I have the experience, I could buy an additional rank in Reflect right now. I could buy some gem, which is spend a Triumph or 2 advantage with a successful lightsaber check to disarm an opponent, which is
I have
a cool
skill
talent.
like that somewhere on my thing too, but I don't think it.
Plus, if I continue in my Naman Disciple tree, of course, I can unlock Dedication and this Force Assault, which Force Assault is kind of is another sort of force power thing that it's a reminiscent of a force power thing that I've always liked, and is a neat sort of thing here. It says, spend a Triumph or 3 advantage on a missed lightsaber check to immediately perform a move force power action as a maneuver, which is a really neat and just a neat little talent. It's kind of like, well, like swipe with the lightsaber and miss, but then I can use the force to like basically do a force push, and knock the opponent down, or sort of yank the do my force power check, and if I do well enough, I can yank the blaster out of the guy's hand, or things like that, because I have enough points put into force move that.
Wait, you can disarm an opponent with that?
Well, yeah, if you look in force move, in the on the right hand side.
Oh, that's right.
The force can pull objects out of secure mountings or out of an opponent's grasp, and I have that rank purchased. So.
Crazy.
So I could if I had force assault, then if I miss with a lightsaber attack, then I can basically just like extend my hand and yank the blaster out of the enemy's hand, or whatever weapon, as long as the force power check is successful. So it's a really neat talent, which makes me want to, finish out my Nimon Disciple, because that's one of the reasons I chose Nimon Disciple as my initial career and specialization. Is just it made too much sense for the picture of Garen, the sort of Jedi character that I have always liked in my head. It just has all the right talents and everything in it.
Yeah, I mean, it's got some insane stuff in there.
Like, I love the draw closer action. Like, that's one of my favorite things on this tree. And,
But you're also close to dedication there.
yeah, I know. That's the other thing.
Kind of, but not really.
Yeah, I mean, with dedication, I've actually kind of batted around.
You go down
too.
this right. If you get some gem, then you can get it.
Yeah, I know. And I'm debating about some gem or,
Reflect and force assault.
yeah, and that's the thing, is they're both really cool ways to go. So it's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm at a really kind of neat and slightly frustrating point of experience where I've got so many neat options to roll with.
Well, the thing that is so cool about this one to me, for you, is the improved saber throw.
I know. That's another reason I keep really really strongly considering getting into Sentry. That's one of the kind of the main reason that I wanted to get Sentry, is for saber throw and improved saber throw. Aside from also just the ranks in toughened, grit, and reflect, considering how heavy my character relies on reflect for defense, it was another reason that this made so much sense. With the additional ranks in grit to increase my strain threshold, and then additional, at least one additional rank in reflect. Oh, and the other thing is, where is it? This tree also has improved reflect at the bottom.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Which is another thing I wanted for Garen. Plus an additional force
Yeah.
rating. Plus
That's one of my
dedication.
favorite things there.
Yeah.
Reflect is one of my favorite Jedi things.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So basically, these two things right here, improved saber throw and improved reflector, well, I'm not really, no, not improved saber throw, but improved reflect and the I guess the hands-free part of saber throw I like.
Mm-hmm. And
Like it wasn't really like lightsaber throw that like. It's just the ability to just, without even holding onto the lightsaber, just move it around.
right.
Is insane to me.
Another thing that's cool about my saber crystal, adding the strain recovery part of the Dantari crystal into it, anytime I use a force ability, I have a chance of recovering strain. And with this build, with both my Nimon Disciple and this Sentry, oh shit, frickin' reflect is a force sensitive thing too. Because I was looking at the little triangle thing means force sensitive only.
Well, yeah, I mean they're.
So, but I think I have to look at it again, because I think it's I don't remember if it's force points, like doing a force die roll and then force points that recover the strain, or if it's like successes that you do. I'd have to double check it. But at any rate, it allows me to recover the strain through that as well. So especially with draw closer, I think it's a lightsaber force ability, because I remember the list being very small. Let me open my book again here.
Anyways, I'm gonna switch over to playing this thing.
Okay, I will.
But hopefully you got some ideas of what to do with the planet and everything.
Yeah, I will.
So just a heads up so that you know, how that guy can answer the questions. She'll also be asking him about what she knows about the people on this planet, any kind of slave trade, any kind of
imprisonment system, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
So you'll have his answers ready for that stuff too.
Okay. Yeah. That shouldn't be too difficult, I wouldn't think. All right. Yeah, I'll be.
Like I said, there's all kinds of things that you can do with the politician kind of stuff.
Yeah. I'm glad that I have sort of another week to brainstorm some of that stuff and like didn't have to come up with it on the fly today because I was just not expecting that direction at all. So I was just like, oh shit, what am I gonna do? So
Exactly.
yeah. All right. Well, I will see you over there in a little bit. I gotta do some
Yeah, take
lunch for me.
you do
and,
you.
Yeah, I gotta do some stuff. So.
All right.
All right.
Later.
Later.
All right, Blaine.
Oops. All right, and for anybody that's been watching this, really it'd just be the video after the fact because I've been paying attention to live chat and haven't had anybody but Matt on here viewing. But if anybody's watching this video after the fact, thanks for sticking with us and sort of joining us on the RP. And I know the visual aspect of this particular session hasn't been thrilling, but I hope we've entertained you with the theater of mind that we've had and sort of continuing the story of our small group of heroes trying to make a difference in the galaxy, fighting against the First Order. And hope you come back and continue to join us on this adventure. Thanks again, and I'll see you guys out there. May the Force be with you.